Already sort of 50 seconds or so passed on this clock, and no real action, so luckily we don't miss it. I'm glad they didn't send it in with a fast push, otherwise we definitely would have missed some of the action there, but decent stuff. Nexus want to take their sweet time. Smoke onto the doors. Sound's going to work his way up short. Does he realise that there's two around this corner and a third on the fast rotate if they want him? The answer's no, I think. Launix has killed his teammate. Oh, it's just as bad as it could really be. Other than the single kill that's found, everybody else crumbles. It's going to be 9 with the first on the board. Fist around going their way, looking pretty tidy in the process. And exactly the start that they want to get off to here. As we do go into round number 2. JiJieHao. The opening pick. Ooh. Gotta be careful. Don't bite off more than you can chew. JiJieHao and Rouse, who wanted to find the lion's share of the kills with the MP9s, actually both take a dink. Now it's got to be the M4s that just mop things up, because it's more important to keep everybody alive and keep the round clean and get the kill reward bonus. So that is what we'll see. So all 5 staying alive means a little bit of a bonus in play here up against the AKs. Those 2 MP9s are definitely a vulnerability. Into the lower tunnels. This is wild work. Blow open the door, smoke. They're going to re-establish another one. Oh god, tons and tons of damage inflicted. Is that a mess? Others off shots through as well, Faven. He's able to find one of his own elsewhere. Sound still limping on 3 HP. They're going to regroup, head over towards Long Rouse. Important frag. How does he end up with 2 there? That is not allowed. As the flashbang comes in, it's perfect timing, but a massive whiff from Fuzi as well. Somehow keeps this round plausible for Nexus, but whilst it's a 2v2, you peel back the layers and you realise just how fragile it truly is. Such low health on both. There was no real option there. That should round things off as we go into round number 4, 3-0. Just take 9s here for Nexus. This was always going to be a tough battle. This was always going to be a bit of an uphill climb, but going to be honest, right now they're just not looking up to par at all. Sound and Adam S currently going 0 and 3. They've had no impact so far. So, drop down. Through the doors, up towards the B site. Oh, it's a lovely first kill out of sound, to be fair. It comes at a crucial time with the Tech 9's favor. Looks away from the tunnels and lets one slip through. That's Launex. As Blitz finds another. Spams are dead close, but rounds can't connect. P250 will rock up as well. Brilliant timing. Wipes him out. And Kragan. Now, that is a pretty horrible round to lose. He'll be sat there just looking at the floor right now. Wondering how his teammates let this slip. It's easy enough to do against the fast Tech 9 play on the B site. Round 5. Nexus with a bit of wind in their sails, and they're hoping that that can carry them into clearer water, because right now it's still a little bit murky. Raven's disappeared. Picked up first as he crossed the doors. Rouse, oh my god. Under a lot of pressure with fire at his feet. Just drops the smoke. Wants to stay alive, but obviously gives up his location in the process. We'll see. A 5 versus 3 as Nexus group up towards long here. They're finally looking a little bit cooler. It's a very good flash. Oh my god, not again. What is happening? With this sort of magnetic field around long, as soon as somebody from CT throws in a support flash and there's a peek. We saw it from Fuzi earlier. Just completely whiffed. C-Shot, there is no excuse for not finding at least one kill there. It should have absolutely been a double. And had he have found that double, this round would be right back in contention. Oh. Yeah, 3v3. That could have been, turns into a 4v2. Now a 4v1. Rouse makes sure that that number doesn't go down to 0 just yet, but continues inflicting damage. Adamas survives with 1 HP. The Nexus, yeah, not bad. Winning rounds, keeping players alive, building up that economy. Alright, battles down mid. Who's on to short by the Deagle. Won't connect the head. So lands an important shot. Oh, another out of blitz. But to be fair, his USP is making things fairly expensive. Faven's found himself an AK and he's spamming bullets through. sound vulnerable. Calling in for the support from Launex to come from B. And as he swings out of the doors, it's tidy for 2. 3-3, we're tied back up. Nexus finally getting into their groove. And yeah, not looking too bad, to be honest. Ooh, a shot. Seen the flash go into lower tunnels, little clearance, nobody's there. C-Shot's close though, as is Rouse, so some real danger for Nexus if they do decide to explore here. HOTU will go into the tunnels. Doesn't do all too much damage. Round number 7. Still hangs in the balance, but with the numbers leaning in favour of 9. Need to get a rain out on towards the B site. Fuzi and Rouse picking them apart limb by limb. By the time they actually press into B, it's going to be a 2v4, and they won't check the corner. Faven's easy for 2. Doesn't let go of Mouse 1, so he just emerges. So, yeah, not bad at all. Why do I say Adam S? Like I can't just say Adams. I mean, I can just say Adams if that's how it's pronounced, but I've always been under the impression it's Adam S. I think pretty much everyone's always called him Adam S because it's a capital S. It's like Kenny S. We never called Kenny S Kenny's, did we? But if it's that important, I'll ask him. Find out how he'd like me to pronounce it. Minute 10. Kragan's gone down early. Zello playing around the top of this smoke, looking for a little bit of a sight line. Fuzi is up there on the A site. He's got an AWP as well, but just not looking down long. It's Rouse instead. On the lower elevation, won't be seen above that smoke. Oh god, this could get really messy. Decided to regroup and hit B. C-Shot's super aggro in the tunnels. There's no pincer to take him out from mid. So he's just going to get that incendiary dropped. 9 are going to start to rotate over. But they need to be a little bit quicker about this because they've got the right idea. C-Shot's going to stick around in mid. The remaining 3 will get onto the bomb site itself. He knows that there's got to be someone lingering round long or through middle. He's absolutely right. That's Zello gone. There we go. I'm pretty surprised that 9 are playing this from outside looking in. They will still land their shots. They have plenty of time to get somebody on the site itself as a bit of an anchor. They don't do that. They leave the door open here for Blitz to pull off a clutch, but he doesn't commit to the plant. Timer expires, and he'll survive. I mean, there's enough money that it's not going to cause him any major problems. Had we have seen a commitment to a swing at the end there, they could have killed him after time. That would have been pretty big. Step will go 5-3 for 9 and into a technical pause. Just realised my t-shirt was inside out. It's a bit of a self-report. I can't imagine any of you noticed on stream, but I got dressed in a hurry. It's been a long day already. I had to get up at 5:30 a.m. to go to like a government office to submit some paperwork. I went previously at 2, And they said, nope, we only take 100 people a day. You got to queue up in the morning. You got to be here. Like, we open at 8. You got to be here as early as you can because there's a big queue. And if you're not in the top 100, then we don't accept your papers. It's like, great. So that was my morning. Sat outside in the cold. A handful of paperwork. Waiting to get shafted by bureaucracy. But we did it. It's a weight off my shoulders. Now I'm back home. We're chilling. Got some Counter-Strike to cover. E762. Morning, Mr. Caster. Morning, my friend. It's not really the morning anymore. Early afternoon. Depending on where you are in the world, I guess. Could be very early morning if you're in the US. We do get a fair few NA viewers. Yeah, I don't know. It's still morning for me on most days of the week, right? I'm a late riser. Don't blame me if you've just got up. And she blows the top of that smoke open. Gives Fuzi a nice little angle, actually, but... Oh my god. Are they... No, right. They've made noise. They're worried about overdoing it with a boost up of their own. Not sure what actual vision that would have given had they have gone for the lower tunnels boost, because Fuzi wouldn't have been able to see him. A lot of nades flying in. Oh, Zello. Big shot. Fairman has to hold the line. The second he crumbles, that's it. Even if they're down in a 3v3, this B site's not all too viable to retake, and even less so. Zalo, the MVP of the last round. He only had the one kill, but obviously got the bomb plant as well. And yeah, I think honestly his kill was probably the most important. It was that entry out onto the B site to give them the room. Only Faven by himself. Very easy to get overwhelmed. Itchy to blow these smokes open. Another one to do the same trick. Rouse. This time's actually going to play through it, but oh god, this is a dangerous game. He's just desperate to come and join Faven on the B site. Fuzi straps on his cape, gets up to some heroics, jumping through, lands another. The most important thing here is they've got the bomb down on the B site, but at least Nexus have got a little bit of time to work with. Sound and Adam S working their way up towards the doors. Ooh, 1-for-1 from the Flames. This now gets interesting. Timing, absolutely everything for this final kill. He won't have the information on sound, but he's playing a pretty routine angle, so yeah, Rouse will get the better of him. Wide swing in the perfect moment, lands the dink and the body up on the follow-up. Really, really comfortable. We'll go 6-4. Nexus denied the opportunity to tie things back up again. Nexus, 9. Sort of keeping their heads ever so slightly in front. Rouse. Big start. Kraken's there as well. Delivers the same. Not a lot to work with here for the T's, but they are invested. It's just a lack of money means a lack of firepower. Look at this from Rouse. Coming in from behind, timing's good. If it was a tiny bit sooner, he could have had all three. He goes without, at least the information's gained. JiJieHao on the corner. Ooh, very nice shot from Launex. Puts that round into question for just a second, but yeah, it doesn't last. 7-4, not bad at all. And 12. Final of the half, very little to work with again here for Nexus. Even worse for wear than the previous round. Rouse from behind the smoke. Start to work his way back. It is just going to be the pistols. We've seen them pack a nasty punch in the previous rounds towards the B site. Now they look to do the same here on A. It's only Rouse. They'll have support from Kraken coming from long, but it's a good flash. Gives him a little bit of room. He can maneuver beautifully. Lines up three. Messy on the sprays, but still connects. Kraken will finish off one and give Rouse that space and time he needed to adjust for the last. It's 4 kills. It could have been the ace, but so much tidier. The Tech 9 round that we saw previously, which we will see on the replay here. It's round number 4. Nexus were able to put their first down off of the back of a very, very similar investment. Taps from Launex. Ooh. Favor returned by Faven. That was very crisp. Fuzi, a couple of really nice shots. Actually somehow recovers this round. Such a great start from Nexus. We're brought back down to a 2v2. Oh my god. Hearing him coming, but the flashbang fully blinds. Oh god. Rouse somehow strings together one, leaves it plausible for Faven. this. Had a mess. But his way from under does find that opening that's onto Faven, and no one was able to respond quick enough to catch out the trade. A little bit of damage inflicted through that smoke, but won't be enough. C-Shot's going to work his way up short instead. Blitz waiting around the corner with the MP9. Brilliant flash. Oh my god, Nexus are playing this perfectly. How do you combat this? And every single duel is being isolated by a flashbang and an SMG charging forward. I mean, I guess the counter is you've got to be grouped up together. Giving the opportunities for those individual fights is really where that goes wrong, and you have got to reflect on that round a little bit and say, you know, there's 3 in the tunnels, and how the spacing is such that Launix is able to poke up with an MP9 from lower tunnels, find a kill and escape without any kind of damage traded back is, yeah, a big question mark for me. And then, you know, the same to continue up short. No support, no trade potential. Oh. Oh god, sound! Wow. Important stuff. Holds down the line, but it might not be enough. Trade to Brilliant from Faven, who ends up with 2. Down the bomb, ticking away. Scout will connect a shot, but he doesn't want to stick around with it. Knows that as they get closer, it is the wrong weapon for the job. So we'll swap out to the Galil. And that automatic firepower doesn't need to get a reload in either. 28 bullets in the clip should suffice. Bomb's more than halfway tick though. Doesn't seem like there's a route back in for Blitz and Adam S, as they'll eventually go for the push. They will have no more to say. Good work being done from 9. It's going to be 10 rounds. One that they didn't really have too much business in winning. I'm not even sure how that's a dink. Kraken. We'll find one anyway. You've been kicking yourself a little bit. You've done 95 in 1 with a deagle onto Rouse there, but this has felt a little bit weird from Nexus. You know, they lost control of the economy at the end of the first half, purely down to the fact that they just went for these sort of force fires when they didn't necessarily need to. We're seeing this towards the tail end of what could potentially be the tail end of the game, I guess, here too. As you know, you wouldn't necessarily expect to buy up out of Nexus here, considering they lost the round prior, but they give it a go. It may have been double eco, to be fair, but I don't think so. This just gets a little bit scrappy. Nice shots hit, though. Zello. Important one dig, but it's not going to bring much more. Adam S with a headshot as well. That solo hero rifle does some decent lifting. Couple of kills found, but it's not going to be enough. Trades are strong. 11 on the ball for 9. And this is, again, kind of another point where Nexus should probably just throw themselves at a force fight. I mean, They're not gonna, by the looks of things, I'll play for the eco and then OT. They need 7 in a row to get there. Easy win for 9? I don't know, Sheep. You see my comment in the Twitch chat yesterday? I didn't see you react to it. I got that in whilst casting Starladder. I was like, I just saw you on Proving Grounds. I think I was maybe in a break or something, and I was like, I'm gonna throw some shade on you and then disappear again. But I couldn't stick around. Who am I cheering for? I'm not allowed to cheer for people. That's against the rules. It's against the caster's code. We have one of those, trust me. It's written in blood. It's like the pirate's code. Even have parlay. You guys are always talking about it in the chat. Means something else in this context, unfortunately. Would be cool though if it meant like, bring me to your tournament organizer, but it doesn't. To everybody here, I'm just completely yapping, but maybe, I don't know, maybe we have some Pirates of the Caribbean enjoyers. I do think 9 have got this, though. They are just the better team. They're looking like the better team here on Dust 2 as well, considering this is the Nexus map pick. We've got Inferno up next, a map that 9 are tried and tested on against some very, very high caliber opposition. I'd be very surprised if they're not able to swing it their way. Molly into the tunnels. No option for even exits here out of Nexus. So saving on an effective eco round. They'll hold on to the extra pistols. They don't want to feed the kill reward bonus. Not that I think that's going to make a massive difference here for 9 at the moment. But yeah, just realising there was very little to gain by throwing themselves at the end of that last round. So 12-5. Who's from Fuzi's Orb? Doesn't want to try and catch the shot on the cross. Instead, wants to see if somebody gets aggressive into the lower tunnels. We've seen that in a few rounds. We saw it in round number 2, actually, from Adam S. And he will still be the first to drop, but not getting aggressive in lower. Instead, it's Kragan doubling down. Huge entries out along. Gorgeous work being done. Two-man advantage clawed back to 1 as C-Shot tried to jump up on top of Xbox. And if Sound can catch the timing, might be able to whittle this down further. One's coming to join from top mid. That is Kragan. He'll be there in time to stop that from getting out of hand, but that could have very easily been 2 kills, maybe even 3, if the timing was just ever so slightly off. Man advantage. The barrel up onto the site. 2 versus 1. I don't fancy Launex's chances at this, although Faven's low as he goes for the peak. It was a dangerous game. Fuzi's missed a routine shot. Now Launex is in the driver's seat for this round. But as the head pokes over, Faven's got to play whack-a-mole, and he's not very good in the arcade. Launex pulls off the clutch and will prolong things here for Nexus. That was definitely 9's best chance to close this out. They fumble it a little bit. Who's that Pirate King? I don't know, bro. Like, as a whole? Like, casters as a whole? Or just here for Proving Grounds? Here for the Proving Grounds? I don't know. Maybe we should hold a vote. Maybe we should hold a vote. Instantly, my ego says me, but I'm thinking, actually, Nexus would make a pretty good Pirate King. Big Scandinavian man. I'd do anything he tells me to. Not in a weird way, but, you know, I follow him into battle. Yeah, I don't think you saw my shade. I said you're my second favourite caster that lives in the Netherlands. That should be a big honour. Who could be number 1? It could be any one of us. It could be you. It could be me. The joke is, guys, there's only like 2 of us. Round number 19. Rao's gonna send it right through doors. A lovely headshot. Adam S caught with his pants down. C-Shot's fed up of this game. He just wants to get it done. Look at that. Nexus not ready for the aggression. Kraken comes up, Cat. Zello. Ooh, that is a nice shot. Problem is, so difficult to connect the heads with the AWP. They will work their way up. It is just going to be Loudex and Sound. We saw a 2v1 clutch out of Loudex in the round prior, but this does feel like too tall a task. Sees another on Cat. Backs it up. There's no time to save here. There's no kits. The incendiary will not be deployed before Fuzi jumps down. Faven will follow up as well. And not bad at all. 9. Comfortable victory there, as they will take the reins on their opponent's map pick, go 1 ahead in the series, and yeah, look pretty good in the process, to be perfectly honest. I made that exact joke at the start of the stream, by the way, Sheep. I don't know if you were here, but yeah, congratulations on qualifying for Star Series. That's a massive, massive achievement for the team. Hopefully they'll be able to perform on land. Faven certainly did in this map. 23 kills, 94 ADR, and yeah, definitely a force to be reckoned with on Dust 2. Now, Inferno up next. I think they should just be able to get this one done in 2 bites. They're looking determined. They're looking locked in for the early afternoon game. C, though. It is a map that Nexus do also play. They've just had their struggles with it recently, to be honest. We did see a good win against Sangao and Gum 5, actually, in the past week. But generally speaking, Inferno is a map that they have, not had the best of history on. So it should be interesting, I guess we'll call it. Obviously, Nexus will get the pick of the sides as well, so that will do them some favours. Bearing in mind, Inferno is a map that they sometimes pick into. That may come as a little bit of a luxury, but for the most part, it is a map that they just float as either their opponent's pick or a third. So I guess they're pretty used to starting off on that CT half and still struggling to put those rounds on the board early on. We should be ready to rumble, though. And yeah, as I say, I expect a lot more out of Nexus. I think, not having BTN here should be a bit of a problem, and probably will be a bit of a problem. I don't know who is taking up calling duties. That's kind of the big question mark for me. I don't know who's calling. It does kind of feel like they're a team without a lot of structure right now, because, Jesus, running straight down mid, it is chaos. And it's a triple out of Fuzi, who gets out of his chair. I don't think it's to celebrate. I think it's to close the blinds, but a little technical pause. All right, technical pause cancelled. Everyone stayed at the server. I think it was actually an IRL issue over anything else. So, yeah, not too bad. Stuck in towards top. Banana. Oh, Blitz. Millimeters away from connecting ahead and making this round a little more doable. I'm not sure if it had changed the outcome, but especially if he landed a second, you'd expect it to have done so. Faven coming out from the apartments should be an easy pick if he decides to drop. There are two on short. Needs to be careful here. He hears the sound cues. There we go. Lines him up. No trouble. Nobody's suspecting that he's just on this really, really slow late lurk in the apartments. It's a little bit cheeky. And yeah, not a whole lot to come out of the second round buy from Nexus. They weren't fully invested into it. It was kind of an interesting buy. They'd found a few kills in the pistol round, so they had enough to justify saying, well, go for a couple of upgraded pistols or buy a scout. But still keep enough money to go for the full buy in the third. Again, though, there are some vulnerabilities. Blitz is only down to the 5-7. That is a result of that scout buy in the last, which didn't really get too much done. It did find a single kill, but that was about it. Very good util damage here on 9, though. Punishing them for trying to take the early banana control. There's been a little bit of a switcheroo, though, of the weapons. So Kraken and Rouse demoted down to the MAC-10s. They will be used as bait here. They have one roll and one roll only. Is to get a little bit of information, spearhead things, and allow themselves to be traded. So far, they're not really set up for it, though. C-Shot's been taken out by Zello. Off the back of that kill and information that nobody else is trying to work his way up mid, there's no reaction, no trade. I'm actually going to pull a third man over towards B. It's good awareness from Nexus. They seem to expect what's coming. Faven. Great entry. Flashbang round the corner. Blitz. Hasn't even really made himself known yet. I mean, I know that the flashbang came from somewhere, so they will be clearing him, but in the chaos of it all, you expect it to sort of go a little bit lost, and it will. 2-1. 9 still ahead, but not by a lot. They'll go for the reinvestment here because, you know, it was a bonus in the last, but there's not so much to work with. Minute 20 on the clock, they're going to start to try and put the pressure on to the A site. Behind the fading smoke here on long, so like Mosey's teed up for a freebie. Assuming they're looking the other way, he's just playing a bit of an off angle here, but as it does start to dissipate, CJot's already tucked himself in the corner, so fading into a bit of a false sense of security here. May not realise that the Tech-9's as close as it is, and he should expect to get cleared. Periodically peeking, CJot, wasn't all too ready for that fight. Zello catches him out. Kragan's able to trade back, though. 30 seconds now. They have to pull the trigger here towards A. The rotates are coming in from B. And Nexus need to be quick. Oh, sorry, 9 need to be quick, because Nexus are hot on their heels. The only way that 9 really win this round is if they were a little bit pacier out onto A. They win those fights, even if it's trades that are required. For that retake to not really be plausible. It's so often the case here on Inferno, you know, you go in with a bit of tempo, especially with a weaker bite. You go 2 for 2, and you know, the rotates are a little bit lethargic. They don't come in time, and you just kind of pull the plug on the round, but 9 gave them every opportunity, warning signs, and then a slow approach. I'm still scratching my head as to who's calling here. Adam S definitely didn't call on 9Z, did he? That would be, like, completely insane. Yeah, he wasn't. So, yeah, obviously Max is calling on 9Z. So, I don't know. I have a feeling... Well, I mean... There's a couple of people. I was going to say, like... I'm sort of thinking Sound maybe takes the reins there, but it could also be Blitz. I don't think either have a history of in-game leading, but... You know, both pretty experienced. I guess it would be Blitz to take those reins. Perhaps. I don't know. It's an easy round for them, though, just up against the pistols. Well, next. Oh my god. Making a bit of a meal of this. That's alright. Blitz will bail him out. Could even be Zello doing a bit of the calling. Maybe there isn't even a fixed IGL. Maybe it's just this loose style. They all know what they're doing. They all know their roles. If anything on the fly, maybe it's just whoever has a good idea, speak your mind. But in terms of the sort of defaults and standard protocols, the groundwork, the foundations have already been laid in place in the practice server by the captain, so... I don't know. I'll have a coach with them as well. Of course, DRN, who's been with them for over a year now, so... Not completely without the structure. Goes for the spams. Ooh. Alex punished. C-shot. Through. Dealt with quickly. Had a mess and blitz. Pulled this back into a 4-on-3. This has been a pretty bizarre round, to be honest. I don't know why. Blitz is re-aggressing, giving opportunities away. And they had the numbers advantage. They make the completely wrong call that 9 are backing up into B. Walking down mid. You get dispatched of, and this is exactly what I'm talking about with these retakes not really being viable. There's no util, 2v3. Zello's got the wrong tool for the job of the AWP as well, and he just says, yeah, don't want to touch this, let it go the other way. Kick in the nuts. Number 7. Here we go. Running it down. HG goes into lower middle. LMS. Oh, this back a little bit. Big kill from Blitz. Kragan. Fast on the response. So 4v4 that stays alive here. And they are going for one bold commitment. I'm not a big fan of this from Nexus. They have been plagued in the last couple of rounds, though, by decisive executions and unviable retakes. So they do go for a bit of a call here, and yeah, they overinvest. B-site's gonna crumble. Nobody here to defend it. We'll see Launex spamming through the smoke, and yeah, with no success, this makes the retake a whole lot harder. It does seem like they're going to go for it, though. He's trying to deny the plant onto 5 and now starts to escape. Kragan's bullets won't connect either. But Fuzi locked in to shut down the flank, and one by one from Donut, they will fall. Zello eventually gets a trade. The prize for that kill will be him maintaining his life. He'll get on out of there. Definitely a bit of a rough one.
Terrorists win.
Sounds pause it. For Nexus, took things over. This hasn't been the best little run. Early doors on Inferno. 9 are looking good. It's going to take a fair bit to topple them. Number 8 comes with rifles. 5 AKs in hand for 9. So smoke will be dropped bottom banana. HE isn't thrown yet. Will come over the top. Doesn't do really any damage at all. Little tickle onto Launex. Everybody else goes untouched. And 9 points of health, I'm sure he can shrug off. Can't really shrug that one off. Takes a big old chunk. 36. Gonna try and work his way through. AK drops down to short. Means that there's no threat from Pit, but that will still be a scary angle. Adam S pokes his head over, ends up with the 1, but an instant trade back. Faven's done well. Pathing brilliant here in this round. Blitz comes up. They've already kind of pulled the plug on this round, I think, or at least they had, but the fact that they were carrying away in the T-ramp did indicate that they weren't going to be playing for the retake. Now that they found a couple of kills on the hunt, they realise it's plausible. The problem is they've burnt valuable time in making the initial call to save and then having a go at it. Molly on the bomb means there's no chance of the defuse, and Zello will be lined up as Rouse takes both. So 5-3, good stuff from 9. Ostanu, as far as you know, Blitz is calling. Okay, thanks for the insight. Yeah, as I say, it was a vague guess from me, but I did also guess that Blitz would be calling. If anybody, you know, he's probably second in command here. He's had some good experience. I don't think he's ever had any experience calling when he was on Eclot. That was under Kreese's leadership, I believe, but still sort of the second oldest player on the team, and some years under his belt for sure. Good flash. Oh my god, bailed out there, Rouse. Important that he has Kraken with him. Yeah, ex-Danny, the Nexus aren't really playing with an IGL. That's sort of the issue here. We were talking about this in the pre-game. BTN's not playing, so whoever's calling is either, you know, new to it and taking up a new role, which is always going to have teething issues, or it is just a temporary thing. So we wait for BTN to return. As far as I'm aware, there's been no announcements or anything, is there? There's been nothing said that BTN's taking a step back or anything like that, is there? It is just a simple sub situation for today. Anyone with any info, let me know. Rouse. Nice entry. Despite being so low, tagged down at the start, bailed out by Kragan. He's still good for the opening kill. An easy follow-up there from Kragan too. He's now on to 3. Sound left by himself. 1v5, hoping for any kind of exit damage that he can find, but just the Desert Eagle. Low expectations, low hopes even probably for him. The problem is, whilst he stays sort of behind the truck, you know, he's got the leverage of a little bit of a head angle and crossset lined up for someone to run around the corner, but he can't stay there forever. They're not going to exit out of CT. They've already got an exit path through Banana, so he has to go for the peak, and that's where, yeah, those disadvantages really start mounting. So it will be 6-3. 9 looking very good. All right, round number 10, here we go. Molly into top Banana, double nades to go down, but somehow dodged Kragan. Felt like he was right in the firing line for the HGs there. And just got a little too deep, and as he's tucked in tree behind the logs, doesn't seem to inflict all too much. In retort, on the corner, Blitz, bombarded. He's good for 1, but overwhelmed by Rouse, who Escapes with a rifle, but low on health. Faven. Out of the apartments will drop as well. Fuzi. Can't press this any further. Smoke down. Bomb working its way up into the A site. JiJieHao in a scrappy duel sound. He's got his USP out. Throws that nade to buy him a little bit of space. That should be enough time to get a reload in. Crossfire set up here in brackets. This is going to be real tough to break. They double swing it. Maybe there's a world, but no. Spacing is all off. JiJieHao still keeps it going. 31 HP. Confirms that the man he was fighting earlier is still up on the balcony. And he takes another tag, so down to 6 points of health. But a 1v1, he doesn't know where Larnix resides, but that is a good call on the molly. And Larnix is going to run through it. Oh my god, why? Why? He had this perfect element of surprise, and now he gives up his position, and JiJieHao's going to play around it. Pokes around the corner, and JiJieHao is so quick to the trigger. Beautiful headshot, keeps the rounds coming for 9. I do not know why Larnix has run through that molly. I guess he's assuming, right? This is why he's run through this molly, actually. Because he's thinking that JiJieHao's mollied short and he's planting default. Now, that's not the case. JiJieHao's mollied short and he's actually gone into the site. So he's not exposed from short if somebody runs through the flames. And yeah, as soon as Larnix does it and he confirms that he's not planting default, that's when he sort of, I guess, puts his head in his hands and goes, oh man, I've made the wrong call here. I fumbled this a little bit. He now knows where I'm coming from. JiJieHao locks in, of course, with the information that he was so low as well. Larnix would have fancied his chances at that gunfight. I'm surprised he doesn't just fly around the corner, full guns blazing, pre-fire through the box. Humby, you need 4 kills from Faven. I'm pretty sure he'll find 4 more kills. I wouldn't stress. You guys are getting mean in the chat. They're playing without their IGL. Kind of a bit of slack. Good nade. Oh, an even better one in response. Flashes over as well. They were really hoping that the cross had already been made to cast, so Larnix could have had the drop onto 1 or 2 there. Does end up with a single regardless. JiJieHao tagged down to 1 HP too. So 4v4, but pull back the layers, you realise that this isn't as even as it may seem. BTN took a break for a few weeks. Animus is stand-in until he comes back. Okay, that's really good to know. Thanks for the info. Deserved break, I think, for BTN. He's a real workhorse here in this tier 2 space. Massive recovery from Rouse and Fuzi. Somehow puts this back into a 2v2 after their teammates fall. The aggression into the B site. Rouse got a good angle. Does get cleared by Zello, but pre-fire for both. The second felt a little bit scrappy. Eight to 4. I don't know how they keep doing it. I don't know how 9 continue to win these rounds with their backs against the wall. Faven, oh my. I'm not sure if that counts as 3 kills for your 4. There's a TK in the middle. I'm joking, of course it doesn't, but halfway there as we go into the end of this first half of Inferno. Massive entries. It felt like the stars were aligning for Nexus. They went for the peak and quite literally the players aligned. There was a chance for the spray down and just didn't happen. I think Fuzi would have fallen anyway. Faven putting the bullet into his head might have actually been what sort of saves the round for them, because there's no time wasted. It's all for the greater good. A sacrifice that may have been required. That's almost definitely. So 4v2. They'll take control of the site. The C4 will be planted. 9 who are well on course for 9 rounds now. Now Nexus and Sound are going to have a go at this. I was really expecting more from Nexus after how this map started and everything else to go with it. There's so many close rounds. There's so many clutches and late round recoveries from 9. It feels like their mid round's just so much better here. Even when Nexus do take the early advantages, even when they inflict a load of damage down Banana, their util usage has been good. Their util damage has been very good. Yeah, it's a perfect point from Maggie, my guy, whoever that's pronounced, you know, whilst people are sat here casting shade on Nexus, they're playing with a stand-in. I mean, it's kind of irrelevant they're on their worst map because they didn't look very good on Dust 2 either, but they're playing with a stand-in against a team like 9 who are on incredible form at the moment. You know, they've just qualified for Star Series. They've beat multiple sort of tier 1.5 opponents over the past week. They've been putting up some really, really good results. Big shots out of Faven. My God. Where does that come from? Oh, a beautiful one-taps. Either way, site's been lost. C4's going to go down, Sound. Oh, God. Amazing shot connected. Somehow the Jawleys truly whiff, and Rouse won't be able to find the head either. Pistol round, just a coin toss, a 50-50 in so many of these Jaws. We get this on the replay again. Get up and close the door. Yeah, they're just not expecting the second man in pit. It's actually a lovely little bait and switch. It keeps Nexus relevant. An opportunity remains here. And to get back into this game, 9 are going to go for a force though. And if 9 win this round, then I really do feel like it's game over. It's map over, it's series over. But if they don't, Nexus take 5. Six feels like it's coming. I won't have a lot of money. It all depends how this one unfolds. Molly disappears. That was a little bit weird. Sound. I did it for the top of the balk, and yeah, it just sort of hits a weird ledge, goes nowhere. Good trades, Kraken and Fuzi keeping a lid on things, but now it's all onto Fuzi's shoulders, and a double swing overwhelms him. In hindsight, needed to get out of there, played back through the long smoke with 30 seconds. Rouse rocks up to the party. It's a smoking moto, though, but what a shot! Aggressive peek. Lands the head, drops a smoke of his own and tries to play through. He's punished for his aggression. The Mac-10 returns the favour. Now it's all on to CJiJieHao. 6 HP. It's the exact health he was on earlier on when he pulled off the clutch, but that magic number doesn't yield anything for him here. 2v1, a little too tall a task. He did have the drop. He had the right angle, but couldn't land the head with the 5-7. And we're back in business. No real money here for 9, so it is going to be just the eco. It starts to tiptoe forward. He wants the lion's share of these kills with the MAC-10. That's what it's about, right? But yeah, only the single kill. No opportunity to farm that in cash. Now it's Launix's turn, perhaps. Bomb's been left behind, though. Has to go and be recovered. Launix does find the single, but the rotations are already in towards 8. 9 have no real expectation to win this round, but if they can do some extra damage, they'll be happy. And yeah, Launix has pushed all the way through B. Relayed the information, they've rotated off. So let's just come and take it for free. They'll do exactly that. There's not a lot to go for here for 9. There's not a lot to lose either, but you know, you don't want to feed the MAC-10s. Fuzi probably doesn't want to hold on to this MAC-10 either, though, so it is a bit of a weird position to be in. I think he's just going to look for some exits. Ooh. Doesn't really matter if you go down. I think the important thing here is going down to the rifle. Not Launix's MAC-10. There's already found 2. You don't want to give him anything more. There we go. On goes boom. Rouse to get out of there with an AK. Not bad at all, to be honest, for a full eco. Molly into the sandbags. Won't actually do any damage. Instantly extinguished, and the spams are coming through the top of Banana. Massive kill from C-Shot. You could kind of see it coming. There's a mini-map cast in there, but it felt like it was going to happen. Trades a great out onto A. Fuzi ends up with another. It's all onto Launix. And just when Nexus had got the ball rolling and it felt like there was a real opportunity, it's denied at the door. 9 on to double digits. 10 rounds. 3 away from the finish line here. This is such a massive commitment from Nate. Oh my god. Come on, guys. Jesus. Such a routine boost, and they well and truly messed that up. So no element of surprise in the apartment. Sound is actually caught as he falls away as well. So just rubbing salt in the wound. A bad start to a round. Blitz will at least find an entry out onto B. Rouse needs to be careful. He's by himself. He's calling in the cavalry, but the B site might have to be given up here. It will. No need to blow the smoke open, so the Orcs either got to go for pot shots or wait it out. The eye before. The eye of the storm. Calm before it really goes crazy. Assuming they do play in for this retake, they've got a couple of kits. They have got a bit of util as well. As I say, just no HE. That would have done them some real favours right about now. This bomb's already halfway ticked. I don't know. Yeah, maybe they just pull the plug on this. There's no proactivity going on whatsoever. It's about trying to find the exits. This is a round I think they'll be disappointed to lose after how it started. They will make it as expensive as it can be. They'll hold on to 2 of their weapons, and Yeah, they got plenty of cash to reinvest around it. Fuzi and Kraken can drop, and I guess it would be Rouse to buy for himself, but Feven and Seashot could also. It won't really matter where it goes, who it goes to. Yeah, Rouse buying himself means maximum util, so that will be the case. Number 18. Nexus managed to hold on in the last. That was... one that really could have gone either way. Sounds in the AK. Zello. Oh my god, he's all the way up. Kraken will realise it, but yeah, really needs to be careful here. He'll take the freebie. He knows there's a chance that they can emerge through the smoke behind him, so it is just about trying to do the damage before he falls. C-shot with another. This is a buy out of Nexus, but as we know, a weak one from losing all 5 in the last. Taps the bomb. Util comes flying. C-shot's there for the spam. Numbers back in favour of 9, despite going 2 for 1 early on. The bomb will eventually be planted. Adam S low, Sam with a rifle. Mac 10 not really the right weapon for the job here. I'll play long range from mini pit. This gets tricky. Sam tucks himself on the side. He's rain over. Mac 10 sprays down, but only for the one. Sound takes another. That'll be where the line is drawn. Fuzi has to go and grab a kit. Will now get on this defuse, and just in time as well. Does cut that a little fine. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's it. He's just choked it. What is that from Fuzi? Jesus. That is unforgivable. He's just throwing away the round. Throwing away the round. You can see it was accidental. You know, there was like 0.1 of a second left on the bomb, and he just prematurely turns away, but that is so bad. All right, well, frustration after that round means Feven just runs in. Three-man grouping up in Banana. If they can overwhelm this P defense, take hold of the site with 2 still alive, I think they've got a really good shot of this still. They need to trade 2 for 1 in their favour. 9 get the drop, and right now they've got the perfect setup, right? Just 2 players playing behind the new box. If they don't get mollied, I don't think the expectation will be that there's 2 here. Instead, they'll actually be the ones to initiate the fight, but yeah, won't be checking for Feven. He'll swing out for 2. The information's there. The spams will come through the smoke. C-shot. Easy enough. Not bad. Not bad at all. So 11 to 8. Back on due course to close this out. Round 20 as a very clear favourite to force up from Nexus. It's a bad time to lose control of the money, and they certainly have. Couple of Desert Eagles, couple of P250s, that single Tech 9. Oh, Kragan. Oh, Kragan. Yeah, not complicating things at all. Lines up 3. The rifle will be recovered, but that should really be it. We'll try and group into the B site as the smoke is dropped. Rouse will start to call back JiJieHao. Say, I might actually need your help here, my friend. He'll throw a smoke of his own into CT as well. So just kind of keeping them confined into the 9 spawn. Adames won't have an avenue to get back out of the archway either, unless timing's good, or maybe his aim and reactions are just quicker. The stand-in at the moment brought in from the bench of 9T. Here in Europe again. Putting up some decent numbers here alongside Launex. Trying to keep Nexus afloat. Sound's been caught with a bit of damage on the cross. Faven. Up to the back of the site, JiJieHao. That all-important kill, though, leaves it all down to Adames. Faven will make light work of him. 17 and 13. He's having a good game. When he was on 4 kills, somebody in chat was asking for 4 more out of him. And yeah, he definitely goes above and beyond on that delivery, that's for sure. So number 21 might be where it all ends. We'll see another pistol buy out of Nexus. And honestly, we need to see a little bit more pace from them. You know, rounds like this only tend to work, especially on a map like Inferno. You have that element of surprise. Catch your opponents off guard. Kragan certainly wasn't off guard in the last round. You know, he's playing just deep from CT, holding arch. It was nice and easy. They do go for that tempo shift, but JiJieHao fully blinded. Mouse one with the spray and pray. Lines up 3, even through the wood where the car used to reside. Drops a smoke, in for 4. The ace could settle this. No, Adames denies it. Ends up with a second as well, but it won't go any further. Rouse will finish off the job, and it is a good game from 9. A couple of hiccups, a couple of little mistakes, but ultimately pretty commanding stuff from the mixed European squad. I almost called them Danish. I guess there's still a couple of Danes, but yeah, I'm not sure we can really call it a Danish team anymore. We got to concede on that front, right? But yeah, exceptional stuff from JiJieHao. He had a fantastic map, and everybody else just kind of consistent. You know, everybody going positive, everybody putting up some reasonable numbers. There's nobody slacking behind. Zello went a little bit quiet. That does sometimes happen to AWPers on Inferno. I think it's a hard map, especially on the T side, to get that AWP activated. They didn't have all too much of a T side really there for them to play with. So yeah, that is going to wrap things up for our first series of the day. A nice quick one, I guess you can call it. An hour 41, and we're all ready to sort of throw this over to a break and line ourselves up for the next. Yeah, your MVP there, JiJieHao, 21 kills, only 73 ADR. He actually didn't output as much damage as he found frags, but still just having some big impact. And yeah, interesting. You normally see, like, Inferno is kind of one of the only maps where you'll normally see more damage output than you will kills, just because so many players are, you know, getting like random util damage peppered into rounds. So, yeah, that is an interesting one. But that kind of goes both ways as well. If his teammates are deploying nades and then he's finishing off low HP players, then that sort of explains it a little bit. It's not really going to matter though. So yeah, 9. Your Victors, bringing Fuzi back in, seems to be slotting in very nicely. That's going to put them right up into qualification. 3 and 2, a team that honestly I'd have expected to go through sooner, to be honest. But they've had some rough games. Remember, they lost their opening match to 500. They then lost to Cybershock as well, so it's been a hard-fought run here, but yeah, a good run of form in the past week, and that will sort of put them into that qualification spot. We've got 4 more teams that may or may not make it there. Arcrid and HOTU coming up next, then Tricked and JiJieHao a little bit later to see who is going to be going up in that 3 and 2 spot, joining our big names up going into the playoffs, and who will be knocked out. out. We saw BC Game just edge through as well. Obviously, that new look roster was simple, definitely an exciting one. I'm glad that they're into the playoffs. But yeah, it's just been a stacked season, so competition fierce, and unfortunately for Nexus, whilst, you know, if they were here last season, I think they would have breezed through the groups. They don't this time round, and yeah, off of the back of the player break, all of the teams pushing for major qualification. There is just so much on the line. That's going to wrap things up, though, as I say, for our first series. So thanks for sticking around. If you're a Nine or a Nexus fan and you're now off, thanks for joining us. If you do want to tune in for that second game, as I say, HOTU should deliver, then that one's going to be taking place in they have taken a massive, massive VRS ranking here, going from last month being, you know, around about the top 50, 51st, and saying, yeah, you know, we're very, very capable of making it to the major, to now 74th. And I'm not sure if there's really enough time and enough matches to even get them there. So we'll have to wait and see what the future holds for these guys. They need to be locked in if they want to give themselves any opportunity. It is going to be the pistol round, though. Arcrid starting on their T-half, HOTU with that defense. And this is where, you know, them being the favourites in the series and even potentially the favourites in this map, despite it being their opponent's pick, that luxury of the side choice will do them some favours. Crossfire up into the top of Connect. Does yield 2, but it does get a little bit messy. The trades from the Glocks are good. Oh, Mizu misses every opening shot, and I thought that that was going to be that, but something clicks. And the bullets start hitting. He ends up with 3. The Jewelies are a good investment that pay off. You love to see it. It's round number 2. Full eco here for Arcrid. No bomb plant and, you know, a few kills in the pistol round, but nothing much more to get excited about. So, yeah, it does make the most sense to just kind of bite the bullet here. Accept the full eco and what it means for their prospects at winning the round. 30 seconds already burned on the clock. HOTU showing no signs of wanting to force the issue here, and they're absolutely right not to do so. It'd be incredibly foolish to give any real opportunities here to Arcrid around like this. Mizu. Great start. Yeah. Comfortable. Very comfortable. Doesn't look like we'll see a casualty here. Oh, actually. Block pokes over. Does trade Mizu. We should see one of the MP9s recover that rifle. Oh, no. Okay, so we'll still see 2 MP9s in play. One will be actually thrown in the bin. Frontails upgrades into the AWP. Wants it going into the 4x round. It was the rifles that found the lion's share of the kills in that last, so no sort of major economic bonus that comes with the SMGs. The missed shot early on. Leave the door wide open here. Awkward to make their move. They'll progress up middle. As the util rains over, smoke into the window. Rojan tiptoes down. AK-47 works its way down below. It's actually Frontails to draw first blood. It's the M4 on the stairs. As the smoke starts to fade top con, he could have a good sight line on this. Rojan's focused on short. It's a big kill from DSSJ. 4v4. Oh, God. Bear with me, folks. A lot of lag on my end. Very, very difficult to see what's going on. It's going to be HOTU to take that 3rd round, though. Seems like a rock-solid hold on the bomb site. Duke for sure, that's 7-2. Taking some of the pressure, some of the weight away from his teammates here at a round like this. Huge multi-kill. It's a lovely double spray down out top con. As I say, unfortunately, didn't get to catch it, but... yeah, great work. Tactical pause here by Arcrid. Feels like a bit of a necessity. All right. We're going back to cams for a second, so you got to look at me for a moment. I'm not sure, maybe we've got to fix something on the stream, or yeah, if there's any kind of technical issues with the players, maybe a server restart. I don't know. I'm waiting for info. But a very good start from HOTU, kind of the start that you'd expect out of this side that are the favourites going into this series. So, you know, no surprises so far, I guess. But Arcrid definitely need to wake up a little bit here. You know, they're coming into a round like this next for Tech 9s. If they win it, then super. If they don't, they're 4-0 down. That next buy round will have some weight behind it. They've got the max ops bonus coming. So that's definitely something to sort of get, I mean, not even excited about. They've got it in this round, but they don't want to fully invest. But they'll have it again in the next. That will give them more than enough to buy. So, yeah, I don't know. I think that there's something here. There's something to come, and it will be in the form of some good Arcrid T rounds. This is their map pick, so this is exactly where you expect them to kind of look decent, I guess, especially on their T half. But yeah, for anyone wondering maps, it actually says it on screen just below the mini-map. We've got the Arcrid Mirage pick, HOTU picked into Ancient, nukes that decider. And as I was saying in the pre-game, I really do favour HOTU's chances on Ancient. So if they're able to win this first map of Mirage, I think it's very likely that they will be taking this series to 0. But we'll have to wait and see. As I say, anything can happen here, and it's still very early stages in the map and the series as a whole. Red Z, the newest addition, the man that I was sort of teeing up as someone that's had some decent results recently, gone a little bit quiet in these opening rounds. Would love to get loud with the Tech 9. If he doesn't, then, you know, the AK in the next will have to deliver instead. Get JiJieHao. Mach 10 in hand. The only one that's upgraded from the pistol. Flash into Ram. Frontails is actually able to catch out Raging, so it's an easy early pick. Mizu follows through, and wow, yeah, just really comfortable. Arcrid were given the space, we're given the leg room there in middle to actually go for an A crunch, but HOTU, one finger on the pulse the entire time. We're not going to let that one slip. And it's 4-0. They are looking very confident here. As they go into the 5th, there will be a buyback from Arcrid. Of course, DSSJ's finally got that AWP out to try and contest with Frontails, who's mirroring his score right now. 1-4 versus 4-1. And running circles around the T-side AWP. JiJieHao just wiped out early on the face of the earth. No resistance provided from him either. He just allows Kato to take an easy freebie. He hasn't died yet. He hasn't taken a single point of damage in this round either. Raging at least will recover the numbers elsewhere. DSSJ, it's a bit of a Duke for sure as well. It's a 4v3, an avenue out onto this A site. Mizu on a fast rotation, but getting a little bit desperate. Now the cavalry arrives. Kato's here to support. Raging. Holding on top of the triple box. Sees the head. Can't connect it. Kato on the swing. Ends up with a double. His flawless streak still continues. Frontails with a nasty surprise on the sniper from short. There is no escape. There's nowhere safe to plant this bomb. HOTU won't give them the room. And after a good recovery, and actually momentarily, Man advantage and then a 3v3. Arcrid take one right to the nuts. That is a really awkward round to lose. The SSJ will hold on to the AWP, but at the expense of no loss bonus. Now, obviously, he's better off holding on to that AWP than getting $3,400, but what it does mean is that he's down to $100. So if he dies here, he won't have money to rebuy into the next, and he certainly won't have money to rebuy an AWP into the next. With max loss bonus, he can buy something, but yeah, it won't be that sniper. Spams through the smoke. Kato wants to try his luck again. Still riding this high of the flawless start out of him. He's rocking an infinite KD still. This has been exceptional from the veteran of the team. Huge piece to be coming alive when he feels unstoppable, when he feels invincible. It is a scary, scary sight, and Kato's still doing what he does best. Another double kill. He's 7-0. The AWP's desperate to trade it out. He will eventually. But at what cost? It feels like the round's already gone, all wrapped up. Lampada down in jail. Holds a perfect crossfire, saves his teammate's life, won't allow any shenanigans from Ryujin. This has really been as good as it gets. Arcrid. No success on the force around the AWP. They don't overinvest, you know, they don't throw themselves at it too heavily, so there will still be money to come back into this one with, but important they keep a lid on things here. Big shot front house. Oh my god. Oh my god. HOTU, this is just filthy. How do you play against this? How on earth do you play against this? Round after round, they're taking the reins. In the first few seconds, they're deploying the util, they're going for these aggressive prods. Arcrid do not have the answers right now. Big shot from Mizu. Just to solidify this one further. It already feels one, but anything more is just salt in the wound. The SSJ, last man standing. He has got the bomb, so there's that. So tapping the digits, a little bit of extra cash to come their way in the next, and an opportunity at a 1v3, but one that he will not seize. So, yeah, 7-0, HOTU, just keeping these rounds coming. I knew that they were the favourites going into this game. I expected them to win it, but not by this kind of margin. I thought Arcrid would provide a little bit more resistance than this. Right now, they are so far behind, or just in every department. This is nuts. A harsh reality that they face. Comes through the smoke. Ooh. Won't connect for all too much. Front house. Draws first blood. Again, by the way, this AWP has given very little opportunity for Arcrid to do a whole lot with these rounds. Red Zeb will connect the head of Duke for sure. Front house catches another elsewhere. Mizu keeps a lid on things. There was an opportunity for this to go into a 3-on-3, but he says no. Not on his watch. Confirms there's another up from the apartments. Contact with the man on shore, and yeah, this has been brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Mizu doesn't even need to take the fight. He'll let Kadu do the lifting as 9-2 he sits. The scoreline's 8-0. Things just go from bad to worse here for Arcrid. They are not finding any success in these rounds whatsoever. This map, maybe the series, just feels like a lost cause here. Really tricky to keep your head in the game when the rounds are going like this. G into top mid. She does a decent chunk of damage, but as they try to press up short, that's where the damage will cause them issues. AK sprays down, up for another. This is so smooth. And even with Red Z catching the timing, he whiffs the shots from the back of the head with the Tech 9. He gets turned on. Absolute filth. Rojin can't land the Deagle shot. Would have been magical, but probably wouldn't have led to all too much. Bit of spamming away. Oh, it's a big kill. For a second there, he might get overwhelmed. He'd taken a lot of spam damage, but there you go. Mizu rocks up 9-0. You expect the round to go their way, kind of whatever happens there, but yeah, it could have got a little bit complicated at the end. He's out into mid. Oh, look at that from DSSJ. That is a massive pickup. Finally, the first time in quite a while, we'll see them with an untraded man advantage. And a bit of room to work with here. Frontails, big shot connecting. Duke for sure trying to keep things together. But knowing this will be tough. Trajan makes it one more. He'll double it down. Arcrid finally put their first round on the board. That felt like a long time coming. key round to win. If they want any chance of clawing this back, I mean, even then, you know, this feels a little too far gone, don't get me wrong, but... this will be tough. Only into short. And to surely follow up as well. Flash goes into connector. Mizu. Ready round the corner. Oh, nice shot, Raging. It's a perfect opportunity. Frontals bites back, and we are stuck in a bit of a stalemate. A minute on this clock. Arcrid will regroup and lean over towards the A side of things. DSSJ is still sat in lower mid. He's just patient, waiting. He will get his moment. Timing of it is just incredibly crucial. Tick-tock goes that clock. 40 seconds now to work with. There's a little check back into middle. That's where the rotation comes in towards the B site. This could crumble as the Orc misses the shot. And from above, Lampada challenged, but a little bit of luck on his side with a stray bullet connecting through the wood. That is filth. Was ready for two, but not quite a third. My goodness. Look at this again on the replay. Bang, and then as he's adjusting up, I mean, he did try and return the shots, but yeah, that is so sick. Lampada, who's been a little bit quiet in this map so far as well, not due to, you know, poor performance, just lack of opportunity more than anything else, I feel. Fresh when you decide to run Raging. I mean, he's not even playing bad. He feels like he's the only one shooting back on this Arcrid team, but... yeah, Arcrid just aren't up to scratch it against a side like HOTU. This is the Arcrid map pick as well. Yeah, it's looking far from good enough. Well under par. Frontals. The angle. Big shot with the York. Ooh, flicks up for the man boosting. Repeat was audacious. You can't connect. Still, Kado's here in CT. His mission is to try and deny this plant. Red Z is low on health, so if he goes for the spam... yeah, as a world, he gets it, but won't be allowed. Now they start to entertain the idea someone could be in on the flank. HG comes over. Kato's continuing to try and put on a bit of pressure. They've crossed into jungle. Mizu get no freebie kill. Arcrid's post plants here are strong. They will start to entertain the idea that there is this ramp wrap around. Kato's got to try and pull the attention away. It's a big kill as he crosses to Sandwich. Mizu traded back though. Kato's just got to try and hold this defuse. The spams are missing. Oh my god, they lost track of him. But Rojin hasn't. And the combo between the two players whose names are oh so similar that they often get mixed up. It's able to get it over the line for a second round in the half. It doesn't feel like enough, but... it's something here. If they can win the second half pistol, maybe there's a world they can still pull this back to some sort of serviceable position. That one tap out of short was gorgeous. I'm not sure we got to see that from our POV. But yeah, really, really confident stuff from HOTU. I love this little three-piece. This was sort of the highlight of the game so far for me, Lampada. Just locked in. Call him locked, Parda. Kind of hasn't been for the rest of the half, to be fair. It's been Duke for sure at Frontals. And a lot of the lifting. Kato, who haven't died for the first few rounds, has definitely slowed down a little bit. I think he was 7-0 at one stage and then went up 9-2, I believe. A few rounds towards the tail end of that half where he wasn't able to do a whole lot, but Duke for sure comes into this second with a bang. Doesn't want to give him that opportunity. I said Arcrid taking 2 rounds. Leaves a tiny little slit, a crack in the door. if they're able to take the second half pistol to maybe materialize some kind of comeback, whether it be to win the map or whether it be to just give them a little bit of confidence before going into map 2, it's rather irrelevant. Front sales. Good entry. Oh, wow. It's a very nice shot from the Desert Eagle. Not allowing HOTU to just run away with this round yet. This is a force from the CTs, so they need to give us the absolute max within it. Otherwise, it'll be much of the same in the next, and pretty much the map gone with it. And yeah, as I say, the chances of the series becoming really slim at that point. MP9. Ready to receive some teas through the apartments. Or is he ready? Oh, he is. Kill for the first. Wants to follow up. Can't quite do it. Hits the dink onto Lampada. Galil will return the favour. Packs a nasty punch. Especially at that kind of range. I'm not sure if he had a helmet. I think he did. Either way, damage was already dealt. Funtel is able to double down. Puts it a triple in the round. I think he's up to 18 kills here. This has been really, really good from him again. Everybody firing on all cylinders. It's not really mattered who you are. Plenty of opportunity. Frontals has only died 3 times. This has been just an exceptional performance out of the ex-Hester start. Team that had a lot of success through qualifier runs, things like that, got on the radar of a lot of people within the tier 2, tier 3 scene. Molly into sandwich, DSSJ cooking alive, swings out, front tails will add more. He's actually not on 18 kills at 17, it's a little bit too small for me to read. Raging comes up from CT, front tails will now make it 18, now 19, looks for more, traded by the MP9, but it's not going to matter. Very, very clean stuff from Lampada and Duke Vashura at the end to keep that map as tidy as possible for HOTU. Very little resistance out of Arcrid, 13-2, and yeah, my god, I mean, just what a convincing showing. Lampada sort of not outputting any major damage, but the rest of the team around or above 100 ADR. It's just so difficult to contest with. Your MVP there, no doubt, Frontales, he went 19-4, so rocking, what, just above a 4 KD. 101 ADR, 1800 damage, 2 assists to go with it. It's just a superstar, but everybody shining quite bright there for HOTU. A team effort that just didn't even look like a competition. I think it's going to be Arcrid making an exit before the playoffs. leaning towards HOTU as the favourites, but yeah, not to the degree that they showed us on Mirage. That was just such an incredible performance from them. I expect them to sweep this one under the rug, get this done in 2 bites. I don't know, this pistol getting a little bit dicey. The Glocks finding so much room. And out onto the A site, they are in good position now to close out this round and get off to a good start on Ancient. That's exactly what we'll see. So not bad at all. Yeah, what you like to see out of a side like Arcred, who just came off of the back of a real stomper. Proof that that's not knocked their confidence. They are still locked in and hoping to get this one going their way. Now they should get a bit of a freebie here in this second. HOTU will not have a buy of their own. Will just be a full eco. A couple of Desert Eagles invested, but that's about it. A real opportunity here. They emerge out onto the B site. Oh, crud. Get a bit of a freebie. Yeah, for HOTU, they don't want to press too hard. The last thing you want is to be feeding these Mac 10s, so just don't. Don't feed their egos, don't feed their economy. Give it up, see if you can catch some exits. There we go. Lamparda will do exactly that. Easy pick from the USP. Rojin will fall. Trying to make this as expensive as they can, but... oh. Oh, one more bullet? No, not going to happen. So, Arcred will keep 4 players alive. That's fine, to be fair. Is the rifles finding the lion's share of the kills there too, which is kind of the important part. You don't want to be letting those SMGs farm cash, and they don't. So, yeah, tidy stuff. 2-0. Buy comes out, HOTU with the rifles, but... with a couple of Desert Eagles invested in the last, it does mean that we see 2 down to FAMASs here. A little bit of util invested and no kits. So certainly some contingencies in the buy, but the molly down onto the B ramp. They're going to try and run right through it. Mac 10 looks to spearhead this as Frontails doesn't seem to pull mouse 1. Gets overwhelmed. Lamparda, a little bit slow to the trigger, does end up with a double, but traded back, and Rojin is locked in. A beautiful little sequence out of him. Misu can trade back. The 1 versus 1. Rojin's read this well. They walk up onto B. Misu was very quick with the wraparound though, so if he does go up onto shelf, might have a bit of an element of surprise here. Love this from Rojin. Clearing out CT, so saying, yeah, all right, so he's definitely gone for the wraparound. He should go for a safe plant. No, a very open plant. Mizu's going to come in from cave. It's kind of the one position Rojin hasn't cleared. Mizu would kind of expect him to have cleared it. Instead, he cleared deep CT, lands the dink, but Rojin returns the favour. It was Rojin with a big double to actually start off this round, but Rojin to close. And yeah, Arcred, okay, much better here for map 2. Round number 4, here we come. There's an Eagle, rattling off shots, can't find it, get G-Cut with an entry. This means who goes down. Flashbang into Donut. Okay, he's going to try and barrel forward. G-Cut. 20 HP, does need to be careful. Duke Vashura is here, he's crossed with the MP9. They know that he's in this corner, so he will be pre-fired. There's a little bit of extra damage. It's Kados 5-7 that needs to stand and deliver, and it will only find the 1. Desert Eagle can't connect either. This is looking like a different team. This is honestly looking like a different team. HOTU have gone from being so crisp to just looking a little bit lost here. It is interesting, actually. I hadn't really clocked this, but yeah, thank you, Thomas Bezierdis in chat. Yeah, Arcrid did pick the T side, which is kind of crazy. You know, we saw very, very little out of their T side on Mirage, and Ancient is a map that follows a fairly similar blueprint, so unexpected to go for a call like this, but they have, and so far, so good. Mizu beats the nades in middle, flashbang into elbow, yields a brilliant opening. Raging drop, sort shot missed, and they're going to try and press up onto B, but Kato in the corner will alleviate the pressure that was going to pile onto his teammate in the corner. Lampada, not really needed, he's just the bait. Won't be swallowed anyway. Good for sure. Yeah, easy pick, lovely timing. It should wrap things up. There you go, flawless round. In fact, nobody even taking any damage. That is the HOTU that we're used to. That is the HOTU that I was expecting to see coming into map 2 here. We do finally get it. Number 6, here we come. The SSJ through the molly again and eats a HE. Kato's able to double up. Lampada will be able to stop this plant, actually. He does swing and find the kill as Red Zed comes off of it, but no, bad timing. Rojin rocking up again. This would be a ridiculous clutch as the 1v4 is looking likely now. He's found 3. He's got the advantage. Mizu doesn't have a kit either. He knows where Rojin was a few seconds ago, but needs to go for the swing and does win the fight. Rojin just kept guessing for a little too long. Mizu does well. Rojin has had a monster start to this second map. He's 9-4. He keeps finding these big multi-kills. He keeps having these big moments. Chipping away at this T economy. I mean, 4 kills at a bomb plant in the last round does actually mean that there's an investment when there probably wouldn't have been. Raging. Good timing. Finds the kill with the Deagle out of mid. DSSJ follows up onto Duke for sure. This would be a bad round to lose for HOTU. Just when I thought that they were building up a bit of momentum. Fronthouse has to give up the A site to play into Donut instead, but should be dead in the next second or so. Yeah, there it is. Rojin gets the better of him. It's onto Kado. Try and recover this sinking ship. Bomb's still in cube, actually. But no, taking damage from the molly. That's it. He's dead in a second. Oh my god, got the knife kill. Kado gets the information. That's a bit of a mistake from JiJieHao. Complacency. He gets cheeky and gets punished for doing so. Shadow spotted. Raging can then just play off of that contact, swing for the pre-fire, and even with his sidearm, the Deagle delivers both of the R's. Not quite Red Zed, but actually, I mean, also Red Zed. Putting up the numbers here. It's Raging and Raging. Some massive kills. He blows the elbow smoke open. Flash over the top. Red Zed. Work his way forward. Stuck behind the clouds. This gets a little bit awkward. Arcred are going to back off, but wow, spams are good through the wood. Don't do too much damage. Off for going for those spams. Duke for sure actually goes for a swing out of cave and does find one. Frontails on the angle if they want to emerge out of shelf. For now, that won't be the case. Flashbang in. There's no smoke yet, but one comes now. Oh, Mizu, Frontails. Tidy stuff. A better round from HOTU. They do seem to be sort of the more composed team, but it's when Arkwright throw them these little curveballs. These faster paced plays, the Desert Eagles walking through smokes and whatnot. And problems start to surmount. Flash over. In fact, they're just going to go for it dry. Kado will finish the job. He had a lightning start to the last map. He's putting up some pretty good numbers here as well, but it's also died a fair share. That's his last map, and he was on 7 kills. He hadn't died yet. He was 7-0. Frontail stepping up nicely in this round, though. He had a very slow start to this game. He's got the AWP out, and he's getting some shots with it. He means business. Oh, what a shot. This isn't a round that we expect all too much out of Arkwright from, but nonetheless. An opportunity as good as we saw in, not the round prior, but the round before that. Just not finding the openings like they did previously. Frontails again hitting some big shots. Mizu follows up through the smoke. Rojan and RedZ left with a 2v5. Realizing that their early successes on this map perhaps short-lived. So you want to hold the angle. Lampada actually with a secondary here in this round. We're yet to see him activate with it. Contact's made with the sniper and he will be overwhelmed. Cavalry doesn't arrive in time. RedZ and Rojan, if you make things expensive, Lampada will make sure that they don't get any more expensive. So, yeah, 5-4. We stay close, we stay contentious. Fast fight with the Glocks up onto P. Any damage would be good damage. And a bomb plant would be the jackpot. DSSJ. Oh my. Just when it was looking like there wasn't going to be any damage. Ends up with 2 headshots. Sort of saves that round from being a complete flop. Turns it into one that's actually semi-successful. Round 11. Lampada. With a big kill. Kato's going to return the favour as well. Oh, wow. Follows up with 2. Lampada's there on the cross. This has just been such a brilliant setup on B. Arkwright trying to run it back again after moderate success here. But now being stopped in their tracks. And in from the sideline, Kato ends up with a triple. The reposition from him to wrap around into cave. Absolutely perfect. And that will put a neat bow on round number 11. HOTU with a good chance at taking the reins here at the half as well. Let's see if that materializes. Ooh. Ooh. Oh my god, Raging. What a recovery. Only 2-man disadvantage. Gained by Duke for sure. You can't find anything more out of it. Frontails, big shot, DSSJ. One of the heavier health players as well to go down. It's Lampada up from the red room, and HOTU do keep a lid on things after a very, very rocky start. Going 4-0 down. Then ended up going 5-2. They take 5 on the bounce. Closed it out 7-5 in their favour. There were some big moments from Arcred at the start of this game, but it is starting to slip now. And the thing is, the big thing on my mind here is this was Arcred's choice to start off on their attack, meaning to me that either they were trying to sort of warm up with it and now they're going to be ready for their defense, or they had some tricks up their sleeve and they were anticipating taking the lion's share of the rounds on their T half, and the fact they've not been able to is maybe a bit of a problem. HOTU now have the opportunity to control the pace. Their T side on Mirage was absolutely stellar. Not that we got to see all too much of it. Looking back to the pistol, their ability with the Glocks, it was almost flawless. Raging does get things started, but whilst they'll crunch in and take the donut control, which I think is important at the stage of the round like this, they are going to be overrun. The Glocks take the site, but they're going to pressure for donut as well. Julie's rattling away, get JiJieHao ends up with 2. That was very, very scrappy. It's at this point here that you do think HOTU have got the advantage, and then it just slips from their grasp. Played a little bizarrely, but one that they have to just own, take on the chin. In hindsight, could have done with prioritising that bomb plant. Who's got bets on this one? Getting a little nervy now, surely. HE, oh, does deny the plant. I was wondering if we would see that denial. It will go down now without resistance. 3 kills and a bomb plant out of a full eco. This is massively successful for HOTU. There's probably a 1%er that Lampada clutches this up and he knows it, but okay, JiJieHao's ready for him. He'll just swing. Easy kill, but ignore the fact that he doesn't clutch the round and focus on the fact that with a full eco, they've managed to find 3 kills and get the bomb plant money. That's an extra $600 to go in the bank. They'll have plenty to invest into this next round. That is a very successful full eco. Should fill them with a bit of confidence going into this follow-up too, that, you know, with the rifles out, they can absolutely get this done. I think, like, they're still looking like the better side here, but obviously the margins just decreased. So the rifles ready now. We've actually got the weaponry to work with. Less than a minute on this clock. Leaning heavily towards the B side of things. We'll see the span through the wood. Doesn't connect. It's pretty close. Raging's not in the corner. Instead, a little further out. AKs will take the contact. Kato lines up too. That is just perfect. Should kind of seal the deal here for the 15th. And the all-important buy round. With a 2-man advantage. Yeah. Surely no way back in. Lampada seals the deal with that one, as will front sails. It's Kato's double entry there that's just massive. Right or die now. Awkward. Forced up. And an important round to try and convert. Smoking to Cheetah. Mizu's going to try and creep forward. Wants to play in front of the smoke, but behind the molly. That's easier said than done, but he's found the gap. He'll work through it. Spam's come through the wood. Raging. Tuck behind. Desert Eagle rattles off a shot. Lampada's going to try and tiptoe forward. Timing really key. Flashbang's good. Deagle wiped out. Raging does take one, but numbers won't last long. Molly onto the bomb site. Won't deny the plant either. Actually goes a little too deep. Kato doesn't even need to move. I thought it was going to flush him out. I thought he'd get scared and peek anyway. Doesn't end up being the case. Awkward are going to make the call to save. I think this is absolutely correct. I was expecting them to lose the weapons, have a go at the retake, and they just don't. It's going to be 9-7. HOTU in the lead and extending it further. Again, they should have a good opportunity to add more to that tally. So, looking to pile the pressure. On towards B once again. Awkward. They've had their vulnerabilities towards this area of the map, but again, they're only posted with a two-man defense. That's where both the pistols reside. Awkward heavily prioritizing mid. The HE is going to find the first. The information relayed that, yeah, there's heavy presence. A three-man set up to get aggro. Now they're going to play him for the retake, but this gets tricky. And again, they'll play for the save call. It makes the most sense. I mean, they'll be on a buy in the next anyway, but a couple of AKs, obviously, something they cannot buy up. So double digits. HOTU 3 away from the finish line. This has been exceptional. They want to continue their domination here. Nades in. Smoke to land outside of the donut area. And again, just a little bit slower, knowing that they're going to be up against a goodbye here as well. Some potential to walk into a stack. It's a great opening from Mizu. DSSJ. Oh no. Oh, it was looking so good. The setup was there. It's a good position as well for the rifle to catch off the rotations, but an instant shot. Doesn't matter. Frontales is there on the site, scoped in with a sniper to cut them off one by one. The ex-Hester Orba coming to life here on map 2. Only 8 kills, 8 to 10 prior to that round. Now sits on 11 with a big triple. After a round like that, certainly fired up. Orb still out for DSSJ, but losing all the pieces in the last hurts the money. Now, those back-to-back save rounds do still put them in a position where this is a round they can invest into, but if they lose it, there's going to be very little to work with in what would be the final of this map and possibly this series. Maybe save central again. Triple boost. Very nearly gives the sight line. Give them that early advantage they were hoping for, though. It's a bit of a bold commitment to stack up 3, and it's always heard by the man playing close. That player is Red Zed. They've got 3 stacked up on the B side of things. Kato needs the entry, does the damage, tees up Mizu. Duke for sure follows up as well. Entries are just clinical again. Mizu with a clean double. And it is more than enough. I stressed the importance before of the money here for Arcred, the fact that they would have nothing to work with in this next. They didn't win this round or save, and yeah, it is, of course, safe central again. Tactical pause here for HOTU. Before closing this one out, I want to just lock in, no complications here. Big entry from Mizu. Good trade back though, Rojan. Knows this round is worth everything. Previously, they've been able to trade back and forth at the start of the round quite nicely, but it's been HOTU that have taken the reins towards the tail end. The 4v4. Duke for sure are looking to try and play through this smoke. Rojan on the other side, timing everything, but look how far up Lampada is. A snake in the grass, in fact, multiple of them. Zarkred are being swarmed, and there's no escaping. Another very, very one-sided map from HOTU. It came into question when they started off slow, and they went 4-0 down, then it went 5-1, and yeah, there were these question marks, saw people in the chat speculating. But frankly, HOTU looked so much better on Mirage. I just didn't see a world that they didn't take this 2-0, and yeah, they take the reins very, very firmly towards that second half, and especially towards the tail end of that first as well. Lampada and Kado putting up some big numbers, both on 88 ADR. Lampada impressed me though. Those two were actually that real dynamic duo on the B-bomb site defense when they were on their CT side, and very comfortably sort of playing off of each other. They had this really good crossfire, trading all the time, and yeah, a great showing from both of them, especially from Lampada, who when I'm not going to say he went quiet on Mirage because it was just such a convincing win that it, as I said at the time, it was a lack of opportunity more than anything else. Yeah, still just exceptional work being done. So yeah, that is going to wrap things up for our series. There is your map MVP, as I say, Lampada, no surprises. Just shy of 2,000 damage, 20 kills, putting up some really, really good numbers. So, yeah, impressive. HOTU, your victors, they'll be moving through to the playoffs. And in the meantime, Arcred, unfortunately, will be making a late exit. We're not going to call it an early exit. That would be if they went 0-3. They fought hard to get to this point, but unfortunately, that's them gone. So that almost concludes our entire Swiss stage. We've got one more match that hangs in the balance. That is between Tricked and JiJieHao taking place next. But yeah, HOTU joining the rest of the teams on that left-hand side, making it through. That's BC Games, Cybershow, Spirit Academy, 9, Partisan, and Apogee. So yeah, the Backflip boys made light work of this group stage as well. Beat some good teams along the way too. So yeah, we've waved goodbye to some real contenders. We've got to say goodbye to one more up next. As I say, it's Tricked or JiJieHao. I think it's going to be a close affair. It should be a really exciting watch. Definitely one that you guys want to tune into. So that's going to wrap things up from me. It'll be one of my amazing colleagues bringing you through that third and final best of 3 of the day. But yeah, it should be a little bit of a break before we get there. Actually, not so much. Around about 25-30 minutes.
amount of time to talk about the pre-show, but we are going to have JiJieHao versus Trig. This is a very exciting game for me. JiJieHao actually coming into this have had some decent form, some very close losses. Similar to Tricked though on the flip side of things, this team was 2-0. And somehow Tricked failing to make it to playoffs yet, but they have one last opportunity to do so. You can see the map beat though. We've got Dust 2 being selected by JiJieHao, Inferno by Tricked, and Nuke as that decider. We're not gonna be spending any time messing around. We're gonna be jumping straight into things on Dust 2. But I have a lot to talk about here between these two teams, and already in the midst of the pistol. Great start here from Tricked. A couple of kills found. Important trade though, as Croc will fall. JiJieHao still have a slight chance here on this pistol, as the T's are darted across the map. Seems like that initial lower tunnel setup has thrown the game plan for the T's slightly out of whack. Oh, we are having Salazar push up lower tunnels here. Gets taken down by Mini, and this 2-man advantage that Tricked once had has very quickly disappeared. Mini again, another kill found onto Valde. And what probably should have been a reasonably comfortable pistol has fallen away. Mini is looking very sharp. Good man, we'll finish off the final player. But look, we didn't get a huge amount of time to talk about the pre-show, like I said, but there's a lot to talk about with this team. A lot to talk about with this matchup in general. In the games that we have seen JiJieHao win, it's always been Mini leading the lines. He is going to be the most important player for JiJieHao, it feels. And their chances of getting to playoffs is going to be reliant, I think, on not only how hard he sort of carry his team a bit, but who's actually going to step up around him? Because there's been a couple of players on different occasions who've chimed in, but just there hasn't necessarily been that consistent sort of second fragger. Do have the second round force here from Tricked. Bit of a mislaid there. But obviously we saw Tricked face off against Apogee. In that 2-0 record spot. It was a very close series between the two teams. Felt like it could have gone either way. But as soon as Tricked lost that, they sort of got demolished by Spirit Academy in the 2-1 record, and still the pressure's now being applied from 2-0. They're now being 2-2. Things get pretty scary for Tricked, particularly if they don't have a great start here. Brilliant find from Odios though. So we'll have to call from the grave as he's been the first player to be found. Play out through B here feels like a pretty decent idea. You're just coming up against Leaks and a 5-7. Has shown himself, Mini will find, and look at where these CTs are. Scout shot will expose one player in middle, but it's not going to be too much. And I actually think the CTs just have to save this. It's unfortunate that I don't really think there's much of a chance in this round. But I do think the call in there pretty solid. I think even the CTs have the man advantage. Probably did need to still sort of gamble slightly somewhere. And that's what they did. They leant over towards A. The issue is, as soon as that B defense has been breached, there's just not a huge amount of room back into this one. Yeah, I'm really not sure where to expect this one to go, because we've seen the games from both these teams. They've had some really good results. Even the loss that JiJieHao suffered to Spirit Academy was a very close one. Overtime loss, sort of 13-10s, things like that. Whereas the only slight concern I had, and I was going to sort of bring it up in the pre-show, it never really came to fruition, but Tricked played against Spirit Academy 2 days ago. Very close map number 1 of Dust 2, but when we moved to Tricked's map selection of Nuke, they just got blown out of the water, just able to find 4 rounds in total. I was wondering, were we going to see Tricked maybe look to pick Nuke here again, but they've opted against it. think Inferno is actually a much smarter call. JiJieHao have had their own issues on that map. We will have nukers that decide if we do get there, but I'm not even sure if we will get there, but I feel like anything can happen in this series. Which I think makes it probably the best game to finish the Swiss stage with. Who knows where it can go. Play through B once again. Mid to B split. Valde in the smoke. Leaks will find one on the back of the bomb site, but it is just the one kill before, again, the B defenders fall. CT's not a huge amount can be done in this round. It's not actually spotted. Frog there. Finally processes it. Gets a double. All on Nodios and a scout. This should be a comfortable third, though, for the T's, as Nodios is looking pretty sharp with the sniper. Look, maybe a bit of a second AWP game. Who knows, if you're hitting some shots like that, I certainly wouldn't complain. First full buy though from Trick. This is going to be a real tone setter for the rest of this game here. In terms of what can we expect from Trick. Like I said, they had a very good and a very close game against Spirit Academy just the other day. No real contest from long for JiJieHao so far this game. Haven't felt this position's worth their time just yet. They've got a lot of free real estate that they've been able to take towards middle and short, so by all means, as I say that, Salazar will drop the smoke grenade towards short just to block the D's advancing up too much. Many opportunities to find the opening kill in middle, but a smoke landing down. Util starting to get chipped away at. Let's look how hefty this setup towards B and mid is. Op shot baited out. JiJieHao might look to pull the trigger and accelerate here towards the side of the map. They've got 40 seconds, still time to play with. Still, their end goal a bit up in the air. They might just end up leading back towards this mid to B, but the highlight of what this setup looks like. Will find the first kill. Issa with a team kill. Is able to double up. Mini is in a difficult position to find this kill. He has to find some success. Great kill with the Galil. Mini, he's able to find Croc. What a find from Salazar with the AK there onto Bebo. We were just getting ripped out of the server. I don't even know if Salazar spotted him. What a brilliant double from him. I wish we could have seen the first kill from Salazar, seen how he got it. I wondered if it was just spams, if you saw a glimpse of him, but it was an instant headshot on the baby from that range. Not easy to do. First round on the board for Trick, though. I think necessary that they got off to a decent start in a game that could be very competitive between both sides. Again, the T's not taking this initial space towards long, not wanting to fight it early. Dust 2 has been a very solid map for JiJieHao recently. It's been certainly sort of their home turf. The losses they suffer are normally very close. Had some good wins in there as well against some very good teams. Lost it recently to Spirit Academy though, but an overtime loss against Spirit Academy, who've already cemented themselves that spot in for playoffs. I don't think that's anything to really scoff at. Again, the T's just using this clock. Nothing fast coming out from them. The smoke's dropped towards A. He's slowly pushed behind this. Salazar is posted on the angle towards long. Flashbangs come out now, and the T's very quick towards the site. Nodios hearing Goose will go 1-for-1. Salazar already finding Kumal, though he's able just to back away and keep this man advantage for his team as they look for the retake. This round, I think, is going to be determined on what this short setup, can find. And only the one kill. Croc's able to double up. Mini will find one. Under pressure now, though. Orp shot baited out. He's been given another chance. Valde misses. But Salazar there to pick up the pieces and ensure that Tricked will double up here. Almost a 1 versus 3 very early on in the series from Mini. But luckily, Salazar able to get into a position where he can get that trade. And straight off the back of that win, actually, Tricked calling an instant tactical pause. The money is broken for the T's. They're going to have to take the hit and go for the eco. So I'm curious what Tricked have to discuss here. Very little invested from the T's. Starting to actually buy a little bit more now, but it is just a couple of upgraded pistols. Not a lot more. Into tunnels from the T's. Might just try to overwhelm and swarm onto this B-bomb site. Do have a flash on Issa to do so. Getting this playthrough mid, we've seen JiJieHao have liked to go for this quite a few times. Nade is smart. From Nodios, doesn't even find a single one of them. It's Valde and Croc too. But certainly, really an HE grenade thrown just to get that information. And this is just going to be a spot where JiJieHao, any kills will be great. Just damage, weaken the economy of the CT side, but can't expect all too much. Minis Tech 9 will get the dink onto Valde. The final two T's, their positions made known. If Trick can look to keep 5 survivors here, that'll be such a good spot for their finances. I mean, look, you can see the money that they've already got in their reserve on certain players. And they haven't really got anything to play with. And it looks like that is going to be the case. It's all on Issa. He will be found by Nodios. Leveled up here as the 3-0 start from JiJieHao is quickly falling apart. No AWP going to be in play for Mini. You can see already Mini's had a good start to this game. 9 kills, and this is just what we've seen from this roster at this event already. Even in the games that are lost, Mini still have some decent performances. But it's a lot of weight to put on one man's shoulders just to sort of carry this team through some really tough spots. Oh, the loss that we had, the loss that JiJieHao had versus Spirit Academy. Saw a really great performance from Mini, ended up topping the whole server and still lost that series. Salma's blinded, able to find one though. Will be finally shut down and leaves Mini and Bibu to clutch this one out. Mini with the rifle finds a double, not ready for the third to be here, able to keep himself alive and just throw off the aim of Leaks for Bibu to find the kill. AWP's been saved as well. And a chaotic round there, but what a victory from JiJieHao, just all towards along. We finally see them look to play towards that portion of the map. Salmons with a nice double. But even after he gets taken down, it's still the man advantage for Tricked, but they just can't seemingly get over the hump. And you can see the importance that those 5 survivors had for Tricked. Maybe if a couple of kills came through from the T side on that half buy, or in fact on that sort of eco with upgraded pistols, we probably would have seen Trick just go for an eco here. But I've been able to get weapons in play. Through mid are the T's. The same setup from Trick that we've seen before, not necessarily in terms of where players are playing, but 3 players over towards mid and B, so they have a really good chance to shut this down. Nothing being shown from either team. JiJieHao have all this space out towards mid, but are just waiting, biding their time, hoping that one of the Tricked players looks to rotate or gets inquisitive, but neither team really making a move. Finally, with the clock ticking down, these have to look to go at some point. A smoke thrown towards CT spawn. Croc's going to be the first point of contention. We'll find one. Mini gets taken down as well. And it is a dominant hold from Tricked. I think this is the issue. We've seen the T side sort of barely even look to exploit A, apart from that last round through long. Every other sort of full buy round, it's sort of been this mid to B. It's been this B finish. And Tricked, they've fallen short on a couple of occasions, so it's just sort of doubling up. Sending the extra man there. And I think we see a very different look at the round. If long gets taken early by the T's, or even if maybe a bit more pressure's just made there later, there's been no need for Trick to sort of send anyone else anywhere. With this hero AK on Bibu, he's been tagged away slightly. Does have plenty of teammates that can wield this weapon, and all of armor behind them apart from Mini. Well, he will be thrown just to delay slightly. Nade as well, landing perfectly onto Issa Asaza. Deletes Mini towards short. Another round that feels like it could fall a little bit flat, unless nobody else can get caught out here. Play through, the smoke comes through, nobody else will find a double. The Glock of Osama is what finds the kill, but it leaves Issa in a 1 versus 4. Great find on the Croc. Does have the 1 on his back. Has to try to cross paths with Leaks and isn't going to be able to. The early nade damage thrown from nobody else softening Issa up to a point where Leaks can get an easy trade. Tricks take the lead here. And they brought things close against Spirit Academy on this map, but they just couldn't quite bring it over the line. They've got a second opportunity to play Dust 2 in recent times, and they've got another opportunity here to see if they can capitalise on it. They don't play a huge amount of Dust. Let's ban it a decent amount of time. If sort of the other team ban Train, or if they can slide it through. But when we have seen them on this map, they haven't actually looked as bad as I think people probably would assume just looking at stats. They played it 4 times. Sure, they've only got a 25% win rate, but the games that they've lost recently, they've all been sort of within 5-6 days. Lost 13-16, lost 16-14, lost 13-10, so very close affairs. But it has been their T side that's let them down. We'll see, maybe if the Danes can get enough round on the CT side, it might not even make a difference. You can see how the T's are playing playing things out towards mid and low tunnels. So every round assuming that we're going to see some aggression from Tricked, but so far the CTs have been a little bit passive, haven't really looked to take any aggression. We saw the pistol rounds play in lower tunnels, but nothing really since. Krog does get caught out towards mid though, as Osama finds the opening kill. Salazar will get a kill back towards long and keeps this control in favour of the T's. Nades rain down. Valde gets a double. Nodios chimes in as well at the closer range. And the play through the smoke, again, similar to what we saw on the half-by, does not work out. Nodios with a bit of a bold play pushing through the smoke will get taken down. Is Mini going to expect this position of leaks? There's no safe haven back through short, and with Salazar posted up towards the A-bomb site, Mini has to try to bait this shot out. Not going to be able to. 6 now found. 6 out of the last 7 rounds go in the way of the CTs. Since the weapons have been in play, Tricked have looked like the better team here. Money again, a bit of an issue. I mean, I suppose the silver line in his loss bonus is in a pretty good spot for the T side, so they are able to get out a decent half-buy in this one. And it looks like they could be going for something faster towards B, but it's a good read if that is the case. Tricked with 3 players again who can be towards the B-bomb site very quickly. A few till for 1 execute. But not a huge amount more. Salazar's actually backed away from middle towards the A-bomb site. He is just holding the mid-cross from deep. Through mid they go. Croc is able to isolate Osama. The rest of the team sort of caught in rotation, but the late decision to make their way back towards A could pan out here. Salazar almost caught off. And Trick, they have to go for a 4 vs 4 retake. I suppose the one positive for them is there's no util remaining on the T's, nor are there any weapons really in the hands. Who is playing tucked in this corner, gets a freebie. And it's just able to catch off Salazar with a P250. Not great from Trick there towards short, really. I don't know where a number of players were looking. Everyone's sort of getting killed with their back turned. We see the initial push up short from Leaks, but he's just staring at Croc. Yeah, I'm not really sure where Leaks is looking. But a great round from JiJieHao nonetheless. With no util and weaker weapons, they still make it work in that post plant. I think Trick certainly helped them out. This final round of the half could be pivotal. I did say that Trick's T sides have been their biggest weakness recently. If JiJieHao can manage to get a 6-6 scoreline, that could be enough to really haunt them. I like the idea of boosting over the smoke, but nothing to be spotted. And on this round, the final round and a half, we are seeing some of that aggression that I said Tricked weren't really showing. Aggression towards top mid. Osamas finds Valde through the smoke. 2 kills found from Osamas. And the aggression we've seen from Tricked is all dissipated as they scurry their way over to the A-bomb site. Tricked have been able to rotate players in, but rotate players into their death, it seems, as everyone does fall. They tried to fight, but there's just too many bodies for the T side. The flashbang's not good enough. And although JiJieHao had a great start to the game, and sort of felt like they fell away in the mid portion, being able to bring things back at the end. So the first half, all square here. Nothing to separate these two teams, and now the conversation is going to be, have Trick sort of worked on this map? They've got a lot of close games to sort of review in their demos and actually find out if they can get one step closer to that victory that has been eluding them as of late. Yeah, I still don't really get this round. Round number 11. I'm not sure if Leaks is very paranoid about maybe someone trying to hold rotations towards top mid. But you just had Croc push up there. Probably could have spent the extra sort of second look in there if they were very paranoid about that. Pistol round here though. Someone's will find the opening kill. It's a playthrough long. It's all blue in the kill feed as the CTs obliterate the long play. Nodia spotted here in short. Look at the swarm of CTs rotating towards his position. Finally will connect the bullet onto Kumau. The CTs tried to back away, but eventually Odios is found, and JiJieHao take the lead. It's been a while since we've seen them on top on this map. Here in round number 14 is where they can find it. Investment from Tricked here. Gonna be very worrying if they do fall here, because it should give JiJieHao 9. Look at the speed, Tricked. Instantly out towards middle. Rotations are going to be reasonably long. So if they can't isolate Kumau here, there's a real chance, but Mini and Kumau combine. Ibu chimes in for one of his own before falling. And again, it's another impossible clutch for Nodios. Has been tagged down to 28 points of health. Position being made known. What a flick there from Kumau to complete the triple from him. See, this is what I was worried about. They've gone for the force buy. They've got to take the hit, go for an eco, and considering this game, scoreline-wise, was reasonably close, JiJieHao can put themselves really in the conversation that they're not going to be too far away from winning this map. A lot of stock going to be put on the next full buy, or the first full buy of this half for Tricked. Man advantage for the CTs. As an aggressive start towards lower tunnels could find them a second. Great fun from Croc here. We'll get traded out. These are just getting picked apart. Valde pushes through the smoke straight into the waiting arms of Ibu. And again, Nodios last alive. Does get the dink onto Osamas, but nothing more. Just the one casualty from the CTs. You can see their money's already looking very positive. Mini instantly drops over that M4 to bring out an AWP for himself. We do have one on Salazar. Just to try to contain what we know Mini can do. Tactical pause now from Tricked, and I think it's the right time. I said how important this round is going to be. From a 6-6 half, in a matter of moments, we could potentially see an 11-6 scoreline if this round isn't successful for Tricked. We have to get some impact here from Regin as the coach, just to try to see what him and Valde can decide what to do in this game. But I think even individually, at sort of a base level, you've got Leaks and Valde, who are both having a bit of a tricky time here. No one's necessarily that far behind for JiJieHao. It feels like we're just sort of missing a few extra kills that Tricked really could do with. well-placed nade onto Valde. The second one chipping away slightly as well, and the flames burning him to 39 points of health. Valde's been battered and bruised by the util. But luckily for him, no casualty given up. A minute on the clock and no clear end goal for Tricked. Judging by the lack of short control they have, as well as long, it feels like this is going to be a mid to beat. Would be a good call for it. Could look to isolate Mini on the B-bomb site. As I say that now, Croc will start to make some presence towards short. Gets flashed in, clears this initial portion as... We're also seeing a bit of a play through long, so now the Danes will reveal their hand very shortly. It was a double long setup. Osama has just backed away, but it facing Kumau. He finds a double. Salazar will get a trade. It all depends. Can Salazar win this gunfight? This is the bomb, and Salazar can't even attempt this. Swaps over to the rifle, Deagle in hand. And retrieving the orb. Will fall to his demise. It's the first two players to fall to Kumau. Osama steps away. Makes them believe that long is clear. It's an easy double. And it's a really difficult 1 versus 1 for an orb to have. As well as Salazar does have the bomb. Even if he finds that kill, you need the players on the bomb site to find the success that he can very quickly dart his way towards that bomb site. Nothing works out there for Tricked. They've got to take the half by 11. Could be incoming unless we see the pistols able to turn the tides of this game. And just a straight up playthrough beat. If they're on the other side of the smoke, we'll be facing a decent bit of utility. We'll just hold down left click. We'll be able to find one. Swapping over to the Desert Eagle, still blinded. Maneuver towards car. Just the 1 kill is what can be found. On this second orb, gets a kill back. Keeps the advantage in favour of the CTs. Double on the retake isn't going to be easy. The usual advantage is certainly in favour of JiJieHao. Valde can drop another smoke towards door. In fact, he's just going to throw it towards the window instead. Util finally just starts to rain down. Salazar gives up a glimpse and Kumau takes it. Issa finds one of his own. No one's looking towards the bomb site. Nodios with a double spray down. Time is ticking. Someone's got to push. Someone's got to take this fight. Fight will be taken, I don't think this time. And a 1 versus 4 for Nodios. He's able to win it and take down the final 2 CTs. Money's not that big an issue for JiJieHao. They had a ton of it. But why is no one looking? Look, everyone's looking in the same position. What are the CTs doing? No one has cleared out the bomb site and they're just assuming it's clear. Brilliant quick double from Nodios, and he just delays time to the point where there's no chance the bomb can be defused. The pistols make it work, and Tricked will find 7. Fast out through long here. Osama's towards pit. Could actually be overlooked, as there's still a lot of long presence without him. Surely the T's won't make the same mistake again, though. And Salazar does seem aware of it. Osama finds leaks. Osama finds another. It's just 1v1 fights being given up here. Now swapping over to the AK. Finally does get put to rest, but Mini's trying to protect his teammate who's just gone down. He's able to find one and slip away. Thanks to the safety of the smoke. And Kumau is in this flank. Salazar not even ready for it. A messy and chaotic round for both teams, but Osama's towards pit. What a double he found. And just took away so much attention from the rest of the team. Allowed Mini to creep up close, and even though he died, Mini's still able to find one and just keep himself alive. The success from the pistol sadly not helping them out on the full buys. As tricked again, gonna have to go for, I was gonna say another half buy. They don't want to give up 12. They are fully investing this. 2 Galils, an AK, a Scout and a Tech 9. Missing some vital pieces of utility. They've got sort of 2.5 belts of full util, so missing about half as much as you'd want. Feels like this could be do or die for Tricked. They had the chance on the CT side of Dust, but losing those final 2 rounds felt like it made life very tough for them. We've already highlighted multiple times that their T sides haven't been good enough as of late. We've been taken without much of a contest. Retake Flash and Osama's will spot that no one's exactly pushing up towards A just yet. There isn't actually... Oh, in fact, there is a Molotov and Valde that could force Osama's out. Another CT smoke just to delay this push from the T's. Smoke thrown as well in response. Salazar's scout doesn't connect, but it is information that's being given up. Osama's the Molotov will force him forward slightly. Play through the smoke from the T's, will yield Osama's 1. Kumau gets a double, and Valde and Salazar in a 2 versus 4 to win this one. 30 seconds, and held at bay is all on the in-game leader. And Mini's AWP connects, giving JiJieHao their 12th. Good hold from Kumau as well. He sort of silently zoomed his way up on the scoreboard. Mini was the leading man by quite some degree. And 12-7. The Asian side have 5 opportunities to close this game out. Great nade thrown there. Just chipping away at Salazar and Valde as they have to make this round work. Look at the util they got remaining. 4 pieces on this T side. Osama's doubles up. They've got no util. Brock was the player with it all. They can retrieve 1 piece on his corpse, but other than that, they have nothing to push into a bomb site with, and this round is falling flat. Osama wants to take every gunfight. Leaks is in a 1v4 turn 1v3. He doesn't have control of the bomb, and I don't think he has a chance. Does finally get put to rest here. And JiJieHao with a pretty comfortable victory on Dust 2, in particular when they moved on to their CT side. JiJieHao actually favoured the T side quite a bit on this map, being the team that can set the tempo, but they also have a very solid CT side, and I think against a weaker offensive side from Tricked, it just felt like it all came together, and it was a comfortable second half for JiJieHao. But players certainly did step up. Osama's ended up being top of the leaderboard with Mini. I think he had some very strong holds towards long, particularly on the CT side. It felt like he came into his own. Mini will get the MVP, though. I think due to how he performed at the start of this game, really big difference maker. playoff spot secured. Not only do they have to win this series, they've got to win it in the reverse sweep now. Come back from a map down to try to see if they can pull this off. This is going to be very, very challenging for them. But jumping into things on Inferno, Tricked on the T side, JiJieHao on the CT. Potentially. Only need Inferno to take this series and advance to the playoff spot themselves. Early gunfights, Mini deletes, 2 kills found from him. Kumao chimes in as well. The pistol from Tricked. On paper looked good, very silent up towards short, unspotted, but Mini and his dual Berettas find so much success. Kumao will peek in, give Alday a chance, but a 1 versus 5. Near impossible, has been backstabbed as Mini gets a 4K in this pistol. I mean, we could see a second round force from Tricked, but they haven't exactly made the pistol look convincing enough to do so. No bomb plant, only a single bit of kill reward on Valde. They are going to give it a go, though. It's going to be Tech 9's utility. I do like that we have a decent bit of util on the T's. See, a lot of teams go for these sort of force buys, investments like this, and just don't have a lot of util. And on a map like Inferno in particular, it feels like you can't do a lot without it. Just try to brute force your way somewhere and hope it works. Yeah, we are seeing a similar look to what we saw in the pistol. Great HE grenade there, tagging away at plenty of players. CT's played slightly more disciplined. The flashbang is great. Mini will find one, and just like the pistol, a quick flurry of kills come through. All or no Dios will be put to rest. I believe it'd be a team kill there onto Kumao. I'm sure he won't mind. Team won the round with only a single casualty, and these are some convincing CT rounds. I think Tricked might shy away from this A-bomb site for a couple of rounds at least, as the holds have been very strong. Just sort of obliterating any chance that it felt like Tricked had on this map. Just the eco here, not even a lot of damage has been dealt. If this can be another clean round for JiJieHao, they can be financially in a very good spot. Super early doors in Inferno. He's just waiting. Typical Inferno round here. You can see how timid the T side is playing, just trying to burn out utility. It's the one surefire way that you know, even if you don't get any kills, JiJieHao are going to have to at least reinvest in that. Smoke start to fade. T starts to have a bit of a look in. I like the setup towards Banana. We're going to be the first to take contact, but instead, actually, Osama's lack of patience. He wants to be the player to swing from the boost. No casualty found yet. The CTs are starting to lose their patience. Kills will be found. Mini gets a couple of kills, and it's all on Salazar. 5 survivors. Only 2 kills found. I say only 2 kills found. Only 1 kill found. Only 2 casualties suffered from JiJieHao in these first 3 rounds. So very dominant stuff from them. A couple of MP9s in this round, but look at the money already. Mini's at 7k. About 6k as well. So money's looking really good. First full buy though from Tricked. Important that they can win this one here. I think so. Bring yourselves back into this game nice and early. It's going to be pretty clinical for them. I think down is Croc. Doesn't have a lot of health to play with, and the nade will be what finds him. Have seen Tricked play Inferno once here in the Proving Grounds. Played against Sangao, which they won 13-5. important gunfight for Nodios to win, but all the jewels are just being lost out. And this is something that we saw in Dust 2 slightly, just individually it felt like JiJieHao wanted it more. They had more of the tank to offer. As we're at the 1 minute mark, Valde, Salazar and Leaks. It's all on them to find anything. Leaks is just a bit of a lurk towards apartments. As time is ticking, we've got a flank from Mini. Looks to exploit this. Will find Valde. And Salazar does get the trade, but Tricked have 25 seconds to decide what to do. And it is just going to have to be a desperate play up A. Do have a low HP Kumal that can be found. So a lot of this round is going to rely on what Issa can do towards Pit. Swinging into the molly, finds the first. Osama's rotates in and finds Salazar. I'm not as concerned about the CTs winning the round as I am how little Tricked are doing in the gunfights. How little success they're finding in these rounds. That's the more damning thing. I wouldn't mind if it's at least coming down to sort of a 2v2, maybe even some clutches here or there. The issue is, you look at the Trick's kill feed, you look at the scoreboard. Valde's got 1 kill, Salazar's got 1 kill. No one else has chimed in yet. The T's have found 2 kills this whole game. Very dominant start. Now JiJieHao going to look to continue it. No bomb plant means no full investment from Tricked. I'm liking that even in these advanced situations, JiJieHao were looking to still get aggressive, still look to punish. It's all Mini pushing down ramp, pushing down mid, sorry, in the last. Mini here with the AWP, will miss a shot and has been forced back. It'd be a good play to push up short here, as it is just Kumal on its lonesome. Has been spotted out, will find one. Under pressure, not able to find anything else. Smokes thrown from the T's. Do allow a bit of wiggle room for the CTs to see what they can do. Bibu is pushing up here onto the bomb site itself. Salazar towards Grave has spotted and will find. Much closer round here from Tricked. Bomb's starting to get planted now. And Salazar to try to help defend. Oh, I like this play, the flashbang. Sends Salazar in, Millie's completely blinded, but no kill found. The trade does come through. Salazar finds one of his own as well. And Osama's towards short. Might have missed his timing. He couldn't look to push onto the site through long. Up he does come now. Salazar still just on the Tech 9, but around these boxes, around this cover, can find back turn from Osama's. First round's on the board for Tricked, and it's disadvantaged. The flashbang towards mid, finding 1-for-1, and a quick trade. Big round from Salazar. I said we weren't really seeing any kills. 3k from him there with a Tech 9. Something at least for Tricked to build off of now. Obviously, we're going to need to see a lot more than that from Trick to reset the economy of JiJieHao. Got a buyout in this one. We can probably see if we can get a buyout in the next as well, even if they lose. Now the flash has hit him. His position's been made known. Issa is able to get a trade. Leaks. Got a gunfight onto Issa and Boiler. Both players will back away. Or wanted to give up the man advantage. Oh, Salazar misses the shot onto Bibu. That would have been a big advantage to get on the CT play just jiggling. Three-man stack from JiJieHao towards B. It's alone on A. I think if Trick just go towards short and smoke off Moto, this is just gonna have to be a save. And welcome to Inferno, 4v4. And the CTs aren't even gonna look in. It's a big gamble in that round from JiJieHao with no information. The bold call to make. The Tricks double up. They find two. Much better for them. I was worried we were going to see sort of the pressure of map number one, of the spot they found themselves in this event, in the Swiss stage, as well as sort of starting off their map selection 4 rounds down. I was worried we were just going to see it continue. But being able to stabilise slightly here. Still, with those 4 weapons alive, with a ton of cash in the reserve, CTs can still give themselves a good chance here. The only gunfights we really saw was the fights towards Banana, towards apartments. Aggressive up A now, 1-for-1 trades. Merely on the bomb site alone. Has to try to stall this out, and a missed smoke grenade is going to make his life so tough. But luckily for him, the T's are making their way back towards B. JiJieHao again look like they might rotate towards the wrong bomb site. Who does have a smoke grenade? Might want to use it now as his team has just cleared out brackets. These aren't going to respect the smoke though. They go through. Well, it's traded through the smoke. Decent damage dealt to both sides. Few pot shots through the smoke. JiJieHao probably going to be kicking themselves. Look, we've just seen Tricked head towards A. It's going to be another save. We've just seen Tricked head towards A in the last, in an unmanned bomb site. And we've just seen Tricked head towards B in an unmanned bomb site. We probably need to see the smoke thrown a little bit sooner from B-Boot. Just due to his team clearing out brackets and saying there's nothing there. They held on to it slightly longer and Tricked sort of... They heard the util that likely their opponents were clearing out space on A. They had to go now. Tactical pause now as the CTs look to discuss what's going wrong. And I think we're maybe seeing the lack of information that's really haunting them. We saw the opening kills coming through and then people looking to press that issue, taking space off of it. In these last 3 rounds, we haven't really seen anything of the sort. It all started from that Salazar 3 game with a Tech 9 on a Tricked half-pipe that found the first levels of success. Aggressive towards Banana is Salazar with the Sorp. CTs aren't going to look to refight towards his position. So Banana taken pretty cleanly from the T's here. Info gain from Osama's onto Salazar's all residing towards his position. I've not a lot of space taken here in brackets from Tricked. I might just head for a B execute now. Util is thrown over. There's a decent bit left on the bomb site, and in the flames the T's go. The flashbang's perfect. He was so blinded. Osama's won't be able to find anything else. Flashbangs are unbelievable from Salazar and Valde. As we're just going to have to see another save from the CT side. They saved in the 4v4s. They're certainly going to save when they're disadvantaged. Again, lack of information. We see Trick throw a smoke towards a long. So the CTs aren't fully aware of how many players are out in brackets. CTs don't fight towards Banana at all, so they got no information there, and they just sit on the bomb sites and hope. Nice and easy for Trick to find another. Obviously, money is still sort of growing for JiJieHao. The loss bonus is increasing with all these saved weapons. You've still got players like Mini on 7.3k. It's or even more. But we will start to get to a point where you're saying, JiJieHao, just stop going for the saves. You've got to start to get some rounds on the board. Not there quite yet, as there are still 4 rounds remaining. Slightly more passive approach again from the CTs. Nothing towards apartments being fought for. Bit of contact made early from Trick towards Banana, but you can see even the retake smoke's being thrown. There's no T's in front of it. But JiJieHao aren't aware of that, so they just drop this deep smoke instead. Second smoke dropped. And the T's are just going to go through this. They don't respect any of the util that's being thrown from the CT side. Ibu's found easily. You've got low HP on both Leaks and Croc. Judging by what we've seen from JiJieHao already, this might just be another one that they back away from. The save will be called. Osama's trying to give this Molotov to one of his teammates. Trick take the lead, 5-round streak from themselves. Very solid calling on this T side, and JiJieHao are just looking completely out of their depth. Second tag pause, we just saw one call from JiJieHao, it didn't work out. They need to discuss things again, and honestly, it feels like the first 4 rounds to the next 5. It's almost like we just got a different team on the server. Not really sure what we're even seeing from JiJieHao now. And you can see Tricked have only found 12 kills this whole game as a team. Only 12 kills have been found in 9 rounds, but that's due to the fact that the first 4 rounds, Tricked only found 2 kills. Essentially, these next 5 are almost being won off of a single kill being found. We see the exact same setup again, a bit more aggression from Israel. Looks like Mini will find the opening kill towards apartments. Even that is just a bit of a change-up. We saw the CTs playing very passive. Issa will be caught out towards long. The advantage is only held for a short amount of time. Great damage has been dealt, and Kumau will find leaks. And he's just on the USP, ready for nobody else's tricks. USP even connects here onto Valde. Valde does get a kill back, and he's got all this space towards CT to play, but the issue is his teammates have fallen around him. All on Valde. We'll be able to find a second. Surely not going to be ready for Kumau here, though. And he won't be. He does get taken down. JiJieHao finally find their fifth that they've been waiting for a long time to achieve. And even just having Mini peek towards apartments was a big change up. Tricks, it's their turn to call attack, just to discuss how we can press the issue on this first half. There's 2 rounds remaining. Both teams have the opportunity for 7. And Tricks are more than comfortable on both sides of this map. They've looked great regardless of what side they've been sitting on in recent times. On the flip side of things for JiJieHao, it doesn't really matter what side they're on. They're pretty bad at both, at least historically. But sort of the lack of change-up does sort of just show JiJieHao don't play a huge amount of this map. They don't look hugely comfortable. You see a lot of teams go for things like 3B, send the AWP over there. Not really seen anything like that. I think we've only seen 1 round as well where JiJieHao have taken Banana and left Afibu to hold that position by himself. Finally, they're having a bit more of a look in Banana. They've dropped the deep smoke. They have taken all control of this side of the map. Use towards mid to clear out brackets. As now the util starts to rain down. Smoke towards library, smoke towards arch. It feels like a bit of a ruse though, as it is going to be this playthrough B. Defended by Mini and his AWP. Wants to find a kill beforehand, is posted up. The jiggle is good enough to bait out a shot. Still Mini playing close. Another missed shot from Mini, finally connects. The damage has been dealt. Plenty of peaks, plenty of opportunities, but nothing to speak about. A kill from Bibu though might give his team a chance here to go for this retake if they want. They should do. They've got enough money to buy in the next regardless. So you may as well give this one a bit of a go. Double setup here in Ruins. Kills actually favour the CT somehow, and Salazar alone towards Banana. Does have the bomb towards his side. The nade will land slightly. No tap means we're just not going to see a peek from Salazar at all. Easy kill. He's not properly defending this. Missed shot from Salazar, but it takes so long to find the kill that there's no chance for JiJieHao to win the round. Not a major fan of how Bibu's playing that one there. Sort of so heavily gambling that Salazar's on the right side of Banana. And it just allows a really easy kill from Salazar with no trade potential. Tricked in the lead here. I mean, who would have thought this at the start of this game? The way that JiJieHao were playing, and with obviously a 4-0 lead. 6 out of the last 7 going the way of the Danes though, and they could make it 7 out of the last 8 if they can win this one.Ams from Bibu don't quite connect. I need the single bullet landing onto Croc. And we do finally see 3 players towards B now. For the CT side. Trick haven't been going for anything sort of instantly fast. They have shown this game, though, that they can quickly change the tempo. Croc looks like he is just going to delay or make presence towards B while his team look to take this space here in brackets. "40 seconds on the clock, and Trick still yet to make the decision as to where to go. It does feel like it is going to be this playthrough A. That one Molotov thrown has actually forced Bibu to rotate from A to B. He's now just holding this cross. We do see Valde cross. Bibu does lose his gunfight there, and it's all on what the A defenders can do. Mini does connect the first shot. Trapped behind default, will find a second before going down, but the initial kill onto Bibu has given Trick the advantage, and the bomb surely can't be denied. Salazar spotted and found. Croc not able to set up a crossfire with him. Osamas finds that kill, and they know where Nodios is, but Osamas is one bullet from death. And that one bullet will be a headshot. Nodios gives Trick their 7th. Look at the string around. Absolute collapse from JiJieHao. But I suppose one positive thing is, although their CT side was bad, they won the pistol, they bested the force buy. Clean anti-eco as well. Only really ended up winning 2 full buys that game, but I suppose one positive is even if your CT side is bad, you've still got enough rounds to show that you can do some damage on this T side. Although previously, JiJieHao have had a very bad T side when they played this map, you still give yourself an opportunity that you can do something here and now. Still find it crazy that you can just see the kill distribution. And JiJieHao, despite losing this game, have sort of significantly more kills. It does just show sort of how they played this map. Second round pistol could give the T's now their chance back into this game and to make the scoreline look a bit more competitive. I think if Trick win this pistol, we might see a similar sort of thing to what we saw in Dust. Scoreline wise, a reasonably close first half, but as soon as JiJieHao ended up winning that pistol there, they sort of just gave themselves that platform just to roll over Trick. Umao. He says if something towards brackets. It's a bit of a scary brackets setup to try to break. Nodios actually fighting forward. Ibu will find one, but it's still advantage for the T's. Nodios finds his second. Rock forced back, and Nodios, look, there's no need for him to fight anymore. Round of 4 versus 2. The double swing actually does come through. Still a chance at this round. The bomb not actually quite being picked up. Smoke thrown out, the Glocks need to find something desperately soon as the clock is ticking down, and waiting out this smoke is going to be pretty tricky. This comes through. Osamas will spot one. All 3 players towards long, all 3 players spotted, but nothing can be done by the T's. Tricked will win the pistol and find themselves 8. The fact that Bibu can't actually pick up the bomb when he sort of tries to maneuver back towards middle after just finding a kill on long, that's the difference maker. Knowing that you still have to go towards brackets, you have to retrieve this bomb. I think he thought he did. No second round force for JiJieHao. Should be a pretty clean one here for the CTs. He's now start to look up towards brackets. Salazar will get some of that information. We've got an MP7 on leaks. Not a weapon you see a huge amount. Salazar instantly dinked in long. Still manages to find a couple of kills. And that should be the only kill found from the T's now, as Mini alone towards Boiler. Sort of sandwiched in between a lot of CTs here. Nothing being shown, nothing being given. Finally, an Odios will peek up. An instant headshot from Mini. Actually dink on Devalde as well, but the jumping in P9 does enough. Do see a couple of kills there on the eco from JiJieHao. It's reasonably solid. It's sort of the most you can expect from a buy like that. This is the one that really matters, though. This is the round that will give us an indication if the T's have any chance remaining on this map. And that's certainly a way to find the opening kill. Round through the smoke, connects onto Nodios. What will force the T's back here as Croc. Good spam behind it, missed a chance. Players well lined up for a split second, but our banana has been retaken. And in fact, Nodios just backs away completely. JiJieHao still yet to make the decision as to where to go, and look at the util they have left. 2 smoke grenades. No flashes, no mollies, nothing of the sort. Not sure if there's anything dropped anywhere to be retrieved, but this isn't going to get easy for them with that smoke being dropped there. Look at the rotations from Tricked. The T's have to go through this smoke. Util does come down, flash from Croc. So many players blinded, he's able to get 2 kills. Salazar rotates in, finds one of his own. The trades are good enough for JiJieHao to be able to give themselves a 1 versus 1 hit. And Valde making his way up banana. Ibu just tucked towards a new box. So much space could have been taken. Bomb, half ticked. Valde, does he consider looking anywhere else? Just pushing towards this bomb site, creeping ever closer. Back turned, and he is going for the full stick. Ibu will peek out, will find the kill, and JiJieHao finds 6 rounds. But you see how difficult that one looks for them. This B setup, initially it was Croc by his lonesome. Tricked able to find 4 kills. And it could have been considerably cleaner if JiJieHao just had any actual util, but just 2 smoke grenades, that's it. You know, sort of having to grey screen through a smoke, you got no flashbangs, nothing to force the CTs back. Tricked gave it a good go considering they were disadvantaged, allowed Valde to be in a 1v1. But a lot of angles are clear with not a huge amount of time. see the buy from Trick, just off of losing that one round. Couple of pistols. Do have 2 M4s at least, but the MP9 as well. No defuse kit. Key opportunity for JiJieHao. Nodia spotted out, but the bullet's not quite connecting. Nade thrown. Salazar does get one. Is he able to back away? No. Tries to maneuver back into the cubby. Gets caught off by Isra and Mini beforehand. And it's all on the MP9 towards A. How much work can Nodios do? Through the smoke is Valde. Does find one. Nodios not cleared, but no kill found. And Tricks have no choice but to save. We'll try to retrieve this M4. No easy chance to do so. We'll just drop the smoke. Can pick that up and back away to join his teammate in B. Nine to 7 will be the score, and Trick likely just going to eco around these 2 saved weapons. So Croc and Leaks, a lot of work will need to be done from these 2 individuals. So it'll give Trick much of a chance to win this next round. As you can see, they don't even really have the cash to justify bringing out even upgraded pistols or anything. These can drop over as 5-7 to Salazar. Other than that, we're going to see very little invested. And it's going to be what can Trick do? What can Valde and Resin call around this buy? Salazar has been dropped over the flashbangs. And maybe just try to set up the M4s and hope that they can do enough. On 17. All is over. Both teams had time to discuss things. And the M4s are going to go towards middle. They are going to be pushing down. Need of the smoke will reveal one player. Mini does spot out. Damage was dealt, but the flashbang comes over after, and Mini can't actually ever finish off Croc, who pushes through the smoke. Osama's very late to react. Croc finds his second. Will finally be put to rest, but look at the HP of Issa. This gunfight could be everything for this round. You've got a tagged up Bibu. You've got Issa on 17 points of health. Still got an M4 and Leaks. Croc making great use of that one M4 he had, giving his team a real good chance. Flashbang's over. They are pushing into the site with the pistols. Leaks has been able to rotate in with this M4. Salazar through the smoke finds a double. Is found. 1v1 from Kumau onto Leaks. Tap of the bomb. No push through, and the more time that Kumau takes, the more the smoke is going to fade, and this bomb plant feels very difficult to even plant. Both players just holding their nerve. Tap of the bomb again. Full stick this time, and Sleek's just patiently waiting. I think Kumau needed to take the timing with the smoke grenade. But he just left himself exposed. And loses out the duel. Well played from Tricks with 2 saved M4s and nothing else to their name. Managed to get themselves a round out of nothing. And it's a desperate force buy attempt from the T's. Do have some decent weapons, but they're missing pieces of utility. Someone's just on a P250. This honestly could be the round that almost seals the fate of JiJieHao on Inferno. Because you have to expect an eco in the next. Warp shot will tag down Kumao. Brackets has been taken from the T's as Tricked have rotated another player over towards A. And he finds one in short. We're seeing a double push from Nodios and Valde here in long. And just double hold. No one pushing out any further. Nodios creeping closer to long. Kumao on low HP will find. Mini connects as well. That's an AWP for him to retrieve. And he can hunker down and hold this bomb site, waiting for the rotations to come through. Bit of an unnecessary fight from Bibu, but I think he just wants to take a weapon out of the hands of the CTs, make the save a bit trickier. JiJieHao do it. It comes down to a lot of gunfights. Not a lot more, but they come out on top. $10 to 8 scoreline is maybe there's still more action to be said on Inferno. I still just can't shake the feeling that Tricked are just going to be able to walk away with things at some point. It does just feel like that is going to be the case. I don't think we've seen anything particularly concrete or solid from JiJieHao apart from those initial 4 rounds. They're a long way away from those rounds now. Another shaky full investment. MP9 on Nodios. What does Leaks have to fight with? What weapons being dropped in spawn? Another MP9. Whoever wins one of these rounds sort of gets a bit of a 2-for-1. Tricked couldn't do it in the last. The T's have an opportunity to do it to Tricked now. It could give them a 10 to 10 scoreline. Someone's getting aggressive here towards Boiler. Again, we're seeing Tricked rotate another player towards A. Salazar will find the kill this time. Opening kill for Tricked as Issa looks to push through brackets, but the Molotov keeps him at bay. A double swing from long. The trade comes through. And still advantage for the CT side here. Still got this dangerous bracket set up. Just a smoke needs to be thrown towards one of these positions, but Valde wins a 1v1 onto Issa. And Mini, without clearing under Balk, does get taken down. Being poor from JiJieHao here. Very reluctant just to smoke off long or short. So in doing so, it just allows these constant crossfires to come through. And gaunt are the times of JiJieHao seemingly winning every gunfight. Guarding the bomb are the CTs. Kumao will just have to back away. Go for the save here. As 11's on the board now for the Danes. And you're in a bit of a lose-lose spot if you're the T side here. Because you're kind of forced into a spot where you have to fully invest this. I'm not saying they wouldn't have done that anyway. But due to Kumao saving this weapon, this sort of feels like your best chance. Because you can go for the eco, everyone can get a buyout, but Kumao still won't have a good weapon. So you're never really getting a perfect buy, regardless of what JiJieHao do in these final 2 rounds. They're going to have to make it work with a Mac 10 and a Tech 9 with obviously a lot of vital utility missing. Nothing at all for Issa. Only 2 pieces for Osamas, things like this. A slight tech pause as we head into round number 20. Trick only need to win this round. And then it feels like they've done enough. Because the loss bonus of JiJieHao isn't even good. You can't even sadly have the argument of, oh, at least they've got good loss bonus. If they lose this round, they'll be able to sort of come back and show us what they can do. I believe it is just a 1.9k. And although we'll look at this scoreline perhaps at the end of the game and say, if it does finish sort of a 13-8, you might look at it and say, I mean, JiJieHao did okay. I felt like even that might be a bit too much credit to what we've seen on Inferno. I really wasn't a fan of how they played their CT side. I mean, you can see night and day in comparison to how Tricked play it on their CT side now. We just didn't really see any variation from JiJieHao on theirs. Everything was very standard. There's no information, never sort of getting any aggressive plays or anything. But near enough every round we're seeing Tricked take Banana, leave Croc to solo it, send 4 players towards A, Croc finds any contact in B, drop the utility, and we'll have a rotation make its way. We just didn't see anything like that in the first half. But look, we always knew Inferno was going to be a tricky map. And so far, if Tricked are able to complete this resurgence on Inferno, that will be things probably going as we thought. Thus to the way of JiJieHao, Tricked taking Inferno, and it will lead to a big finish on Nuke. But still, easier said than done. Tricked have to win this round and be able to get things over the line. Nade, util, Molly's raining down towards Banana. Brilliant HG grenade there from Croc. Boom out 22 points of health. As these could look to push through the smoke if they want. They've got to be able to send some util to take it though. When they don't have a huge amount remaining, I think might be a bit reluctant. Might just look to wait out this smoke instead. Rock has backed away towards the bomb site. Molly and Nade raining down, and we'll confirm that Banana is clear. And Valde rotating towards the B side of things for now. Smoke dropped. Minis pushing through this. 1v1 onto Valde, but Valde comes out on top. Valde doubles down, triple from the in-game leader. And there is nothing to work with here for JiJieHao. Desperate spams through the smoke. Valde will connect to find his 4th. And on what was a must-win round for JiJieHao, they fall very flat. Just trying to contact play, push for a smoke, but Valde completely shuts down any chance of that happening. And now the question is going to sort of rely on what is the buy even going to look like from the T's in the next. We will see Beboot just save. Which actually is a really bad decision. He would get a better buy if he just died. It's a 1.9k loss bonus, and he saved 1.5k worth of equipment with no money in the reserve. So he could have literally bought out Tech 9 and armor, as well as 2 flashes, as well as a smoke, something like that. But yeah, instead, he's got a weaker buy. And it all comes down to this, 4 opportunities for the Danes to close things out here. Rock deep down banana. Again, very quick in this approach. And again, plenty of information taken. JiJieHao are going to be looking towards A for something. Great HE grenade. Leech could get a bit more than he bargained for, but a flashbang thrown. Not actually as perfect as it could have been. He's now looked to swarm up towards A. Salazar, a couple of missed shots, could come back to haunt him. The no-scope finds, though, and it's a 2 versus 2. Salazar swapping over to the USP, does get found by Mini. And Croc in a 1v2 hit. Croc will creep his way closer towards the bomb site. Is able to catch out one. Is he ready for Issa and Pit, though? Feels like he's already cleared this portion. Issa has to connect this shot. And will be able to. JiJieHao survive. Much needed kills found that. And it's the fact that Leaks gets flashed in towards apartments. And just finds nothing. Yeah, not even a single kill, and that really was instrumental. Still, plenty of chances for Tricked. We'll see the boost into apartments. Rob drops out the nade, smoke as well. Oh, the spam's great from Croc. Umao another round that he's going to have to play on low HP. We'll find Mini through the smoke as well. And even just the eye test shows that there's levels to this game on Inferno. Levels that JiJieHao just have not been able to reach yet. I mean, look at how Croc's playing Banana. Brilliantly done. We saw nothing like this in the first half. Got a low HP Kumao. So was Ambibu to try to win this one, and there's not a lot left in the tank. 2v5. Just to keep the chance, the belief alive that JiJieHao can do it in 2. All on Kumao, who does get found. Tricked, find 13. Not going out yet. Look, we've sort of already touched on the hard times that Tricked have found themselves in the Swiss stage, from what was an excellent start from them to what has been a bit of a scary finish. Being a team that's 2-0 up, kept on losing each series, started this series 1 map down. But they're not going out without a fight, and I was worried that was going to be the case after the first 4 rounds that we saw here on Inferno. But apart from that, those initial rounds, we saw nothing concrete from JiJieHao at all. Even individually, which felt like on a front, they were always coming out on top of the majority of this series so far. But yeah, couldn't quite make things work heading here onto Inferno after sort of the initial portion of this map. It's very good calling. I liked how the T-sub was played. I felt like Valde had some very solid calls there. I liked that it felt like the Danes weren't respecting any of the util from JiJieHao. We see a smoke down towards B, and even after that smoke does get dropped, we still see the T look to instantly push it as if it was never there, really. It was really good stuff from Trick. They had a good CT side as well. Nothing too fancy, but it was good enough to be able to take down JiJieHao without too many issues, which does mean we are going to move on to Similar thing, honestly, just in the reverse on map number 2 here. Trick, they had a very good look on Inferno. They look pretty solid there. Sure, scoreline is a bit closer than map number 1 was, but it always did feel like Tricks were going to be able to take things. It never really looked like JiJieHao were going to press them too much after those initial rounds. And look, we find ourselves on Nuke now, the third and final map of this series. One of these two teams is going to make it to the playoffs. One of these two teams are going to be eliminated. It's do or die for both teams. No second chances. Both teams dropped a map in this series. Both teams 1-1. All comes down to Nuke, which we've seen some good things from both teams on. I'm very excited to get to see this one. Trick actually do look to play Nuke a decent amount of the time, if they view it as a punish pick or they view it as a map in this series when Inferno gets banned. So you can make the argument that Trick's potentially a little bit more prepared on this, but what we've seen from both teams at this event so far doesn't necessarily say the same story. 1 for 1 on the pistol. So we'll get one before going down. And Kumao does find the first. Not quite ready for Nodios. And Salazar with a brilliant kill, but an even better trade. Still this round very close. Bomb can get planted. Both CTs have a set of dualies. Not the greatest weapons at range, but Croc makes good use of it. Bibu now under pressure towards heaven to try to deny this bomb. The dualies will spam away. And Molotov lands down as a contingency, and the bomb can be defused. Trick, they do enough in the pistol. Evidently they won the knife round to give them that initial success needed. Now JiJieHao with a bomb plant. We do see Osama's invested. I think the team's just deciding whether they do want to fully commit for this force bite. That's what they are talking about now. Just do they want to go for this? Do they just go for the second round eco? And Kumail's invested in Igalil as well. The buy will come through. Actually dropped down to a Mac 10. A couple of plays we did see for a fraction of a second really 4 Galils being purchased. A couple of T's taking the hit on weaponry to bring out just a little more util. JiJieHao, they want to instantly respond after losing that pistol. The space taken towards our side. Smokes have been thrown. But it looks like it is going to be the play through ramp. Nobody else. He's the player to defend this for now. Salazar can be a quick rotation. Latiz are going to push out. Nodios finds the first. Nodios will get a second. Salazar can rotate in. Does get instantly found by Mini though. So 3-on-3 as ramp's being taken by the T's. In the meantime, we also do have Kumao towards Secret. He's keeping the attention of these 2B players, both Valde and Croc. Have rotated just due to Kumao's presence, and in fact Kumao himself is making his way back up towards A. Would be the perfect time to strike on this A bomb site, but if Kumao takes too long, he can get taken down from the flank, and he is. Too much time, too much patience from the T's, and Issa will finally get a trade on the leaks, but Croc's able to rotate in and Trick double up. I think the T sub are in a really good spot there, but just slightly too hesitant to commit towards that A site. And in doing so, did lose out on that occasion. So just gonna have to be the eco now. Very quick from Kumau outside. First blood is given away. We shouldn't expect too much in this round from the T's. In fact, there's actually a bit of armor behind these pistols, so maybe we can expect a little bit more. The CTs are picking apart. Issa can't connect the bullets onto Croc. We do just have the T's waiting outside, waiting for gunfights to be given up. Slowly getting picked apart though. Valde striking from secret to find one. Bibu will get a trade elsewhere. Spotting out a lot of players, getting dinked down non-stop through the wall. We'll find Valde here. Surely nothing else to be seen though. 5 points of health. Has been able to back away slightly. Does have the ball on his back and plenty of time to play with. Both the CTs rotating away from outside. I've just sent Odios back here. Tag does come through. And Bibu now has an open A bomb site. An open B bomb site. With just 20 seconds on the clock. Time is ticking for him to make a decision. Open up squeaky door. Down the vents he goes. Do have Croc hot on his tail. The bomb needs to get planted. And will be denied. Trick 3-0 start, but honestly a decent third round there from JiJieHao. Good damage dealt. Brought it back to just 2 survivors. This is the first full buy from the T's. This is their first proper investment. No alt for Mini, sadly. Gonna have to make do without. Smoke blocked by Croc. I don't know if it's actually given any sort of angle for him to play with, though. As fast up secret is Nodios. Another set of smokes coming down from the T's. Nodios gets found by Kumau. The Molly will get the trade though. And Croc can delay anyone else making their way down. Only temporarily though. Presence made towards ramp, but you have 2 players down towards the lower site. The other 2, including the bomb, are still here in upper. We're actually going to try to cross down towards secret. This would be all on timing. The only player who can actually spot them out is Croc. He just had a look towards outside and has backed down. So Mini and Bibu just able to make their way down towards the lower site if they want, unseen. Salazar will find Issa though, and Bibu's going to get a bit more than he bargained for towards main. 2 players found. All on Mini and Osama's. As the one will get planted, we'll find ourselves in a man advantage retake for the Danes. And he just tugged it. Croc hasn't cleared out this position yet and isn't going to. Waiting for his team to find success elsewhere. Flash comes through. Mini completely blinded but still finds the kill. Thomas will get one. And Leaks is able to find Mini and do a 180 turn onto Osama's. What a clutch from Leaks. A player who's actually been very quiet this series. Wanted to see a bit more from him throughout. But what a round there. Leaks only 12 kills on map 1 and 2. That could be a really game-defining moment from him. Will deny JiJieHao winning their first round. The bomb plant though and the loss bonus has allowed an investment to come through. You can see quite light on util though of the T's. They do have weaponry in hand. Salazar opening kill onto Osama through the smoke. Kuma again down towards Secret, having no issues making his way here. We'll have a 1 versus 1 onto this lower site, as we do see Leaks making his way through the vent. Leaks finds that kill, and it really changes the versatility of this round now for the T's, as all their players towards lobby. Feels like he might need to be this playthrough 8. And he does get one. Valde is there for a trade, but Issa gets one back. Salazar towards heaven. Doesn't want to give up a clean gunfight and make this round level. So he's just going to be playing it patiently for now. Still, advantaged are tricked. Issa clearing out towards ramp, but spotted nothing. Nodios will get taken down. Issa tagged up, but as is Leaks. Salazar needs the trade onto Bibo, but he finds a double, and JiJieHao respond with a round of their own. That was a 2-man advantage for Tricked. But the A defense only able to find a single kill, as we see Mini go 1 for 1, and Issa with a quick trade. Tactical pause straight after losing the first, and you can see why. Look what that 1 round's done to the money of Tricked. Sure, they brought the previous down to 1v1, but there's not a lot in the tank. It's gonna have to be 5-7s. And I said Leaks' clutch could be sort of game defining. That round could be for JiJieHao as well. Winning that round, breaking the money of Tricked, forcing them to fully invest here when they've only got pistols and weapons like that. If the T's can go on to win this, look, we're likely going to see a 4-3 scoreline and a big response from a team who are 0-4 down. Still a chance in this round, of course. A lot of sort of cheeky angles and corners that can be played on Nuke, and if positions are overlooked, this is where these 5-7s, these SMGs can find that success. Hefty A setup from the CT side. 3 players here, all playing angles that are quite tricky to clear out. It's going to be this playthrough A. There is a chance here for the CT side. The 5-7 finds the first. Trades come through. Man advantage for Tricked. Weapons not able to be retrieved just yet. And Kumau and Bibu finding a killer piece makes this round challenging for the T side. Valde, important kill. Caught off though by Issa. And towards the lower site is Kumau. Nodios can have a bit of a 1v1 hit. Missed his timing. Looks like Kumau is tucked away. A tap of the bomb. Bomb's being opened up. Kumau gets the dink. Nodios low HP. Molotov not going to be thrown just yet for Issa as Kumau gets the backstab. JiJieHao making sure the superior weapons come out on top even after being disadvantaged. Like I said with that previous round, if we see the T's win this one, they should be able to find their third. And they're just going to be contesting up against USPs. Not a lot to expect in this round from Tricked. A couple of kills would be nice. JiJieHao could just look to hit towards ramp as a team, make their way down towards the lower site and have no real issues. Well, he's come down, but nothing actually landing towards Nodios' position. Only with a USP in hand, though. I feel like at best can only get one. Players have crossed. Odios fires off the bullets, nothing connects, and Osama is able to 180 turn and find him. I'm down. The CTs honestly just could keep themselves alive, deny any kill reward. Don't allow Bibu to farm up any cash with a Mac 10. This will be the third, so keeping up the idea that this one's going to be a close affair on Nuke. The game that JiJieHao played against Spirit Academy on this map was very solid. Orb back in the hands of Salazar. Mini asking for one of his own. Unsurprisingly, Mini has been the leading man for JiJieHao in this series. Kuman not too far behind. Expecting big things from both these guys on this final map. Salazar's orbs towards Secret in this round. We'll find Osama's will just back away now. He's done his job, he's found his team the opening kill. We'll just back away slightly. Issa peeking into this angle, comes out on top of Salazar. Valde does get a trade. Oh, and the timing for Leaks is horrendous. Maybe we just cleared out this position, but in fact it comes back to favour him. Mini, what a find. And after that kill, we're in a 2 versus 2. Bomb is still dropped though, deep outside lobby, so this is going to take a while for the T's to retrieve this. And it's just going to leave Bibu towards second vents alone. Luckily for him, he shouldn't have too much contact coming his way, as the CTs are quite static here. Just holding, waiting to get a bit more information. Bibu will peek towards main, spots nothing instantly. Timing for Valde goes against him, and Modios in a 1v2. Both teams coming into lobby. Mini does get taken down. Bibu's so quick behind Odios though, and he's surely not going to expect it. He won't. Double killing that one from Bibu, and 4 rounds on the board for JiJieHao, as we have to see another weaker investment from Tricked. Lost bonus mounting up for them, so the half buy will come out. So I think a lot of people in this game are probably a bit more undecided as to where this series is going to go. And I'm in the exact same mindset. I sort of looked to this game as soon as it got announced and just had sort of no real idea as to who could be the ones to take it. There's a lot of different factors that could pan out. Mini will miss the shot onto Odios. No first blood found there. Outside's been taken. We do actually have leaks towards Secret. Even more space taken outside now. Osama knows someone's close towards this box. Croc will get one before the trades come through, and the CT's using the chaos to find these kills, and surely not with this buy. Through the smokes. Playing in tight corners. Weapons have been able to be retrieved. And it's all on Bibu, who I think was questioning making the wrap around to Secret. With time ticking, Soul's just going to remain holding. We've got nobody else wrapping around A as well, just getting this information for his team. Bibu's going to go for the save. Just going to back away and give this one up to Tricked. The half buy works out. And the danger will deny JiJieHao taking the lead. Sort of does go without saying, both teams favouring the CT side on this map, as you're expecting when it comes to Nuke. So I definitely think Tricked need to be leading at the end of this first half. Even if it is just a 7-5, I think you've got to give yourself a bit of a buffer moving on to the T side. Round number 10. Guns easily able to be reinvested for the T's. They won 4 rounds in a row. So they had at least some money saved up. Mini lucky enough to even be on this orb, but it is glass cannon from him. Very aggressive outside are the CTs in this one. Salazar actually pushing forward, but this is such a good angle from Kumao. Easy find for him. Leech will actually get a trade back in the smoke onto Bibu. Look at all the CTs behind these smokes. Kumao's made his way into Garage, but there's still so many extra players out here for Tricked. Even after losing Croc, you've still got 2 players who can help one another. It's going to clear. Leak spots and will find. Kumao here in the steps of Valde. Dodges actually the pot shots of Nodios, but will lose his gunfight out. It's all on Mini. 1 versus 2. He's got no armor behind this AWP, remember. And retrieving the bomb and making his way back into lobby. There's no chance he's going to be ready for Nodios' deep position and ramp if he heads there. They'll look to push out towards A instead. Out A is here, but not cleared. Tricked do find 6. And with that, also break the money of JiJieHao. So it should be an easy 7 for them. It might all come down to the final round of the half, whether it's going to be a bit more of a competitive one, or if Trick can get a decent bit of a lead, moving on to their T side. Ray nades outside. Kumao and Osama both tagged down so heavily for them. Not actually taken down though. Be this playthrough ramp. Molotov is drops just before the T's look to push, but nobody else could be under pressure here. Finds the first kill is easy pickings, but Osama's Deagle does connect. Salazar with a double, all on Bibu. Nice triple from Salazar, just to get himself warmed up a bit more into this map. Going around at the half though. Tricked, when they did play against Spirit Academy recently, I've touched on this series that they played on it a couple of times this game. Ended up losing 13-4 on Nuke. It was their T side that they only found 2 rounds on. But normally, when we see their T side on Nuke, I mean, it's not mind-blowing, but you're never expecting a mind-blowing T side, but It hopefully will be enough for them if they can find 8 to 4, but disadvantaged here. Rock's in a great angle. Should be able to find this kill back. He's so quick behind Kumau. Salazar finds Osama's. He's under pressure on the ramp. Croc will find one. Salazar's now got a rotation to support. As Salazar finds another. Spots out Issa but doesn't connect. And Valde, in fact, not even interested in supporting his teammate. We'll just back away through the single door. As the advantage has flipped. Just a tap of the bomb here. And Valde opens the door to find Bibu. Missed shots from Croc. Allow Issa to find one under so much pressure and just 2 CTs pushing through the smoke and splitting apart from one another. Gonna need instant shots from Issa to find anything. But Tricks will walk away with an 8 to 4 half. So they had a good start this game themselves, and we saw that 4-round streak from JiJieHao, but 4 at the end of things give Tricked a solid lead on Nuke. It's nothing majorly out of the ordinary. I don't think we see an 8-4 on the CT side of Nuke and think it's all done or anything of the sort. But it's definitely a good lead for Trick to look to see what they can work with. I think things get even more damning for JiJieHao if we do see the pistol go the way of now. What would be the tease? That's where you find things are going to be a little bit worrying. Last play outside. Salazar's P250 doesn't connect, but the Glocks do find the head of Osama's and bring him down to 10 points of health. Main goal, though, was just see if you can find this space onto the lower site. 3 players have rotated from ramp, 2 of which are down already. And the T's aren't fully committing towards this lower site. These Julies here at top vent for Bibu could do so much work. Just the 1 kill, surprisingly. And up towards A, the T's have gone. Bomb can get planted. Osama's will find Croc outside. The advantage has flipped. Just 1 HP on Osama's. I have no idea how he survived. He would have been tagged for 9. He was dinked down to 10 HP. Osama's finally does find the kill. It's all on Valde, the top performing player of this map so far. Kumau behind finds the kill. The 10-second defuse isn't going to be an issue. There's more than enough time. JiJieHao do win that pistol. Highlighted the importance of it, and they find the success. And it's sort of been a battle of the in-game leaders here so far. Isha on one side, Valde on the other. Well, JiJieHao in particular, you're sort of looking at the rest of the team's kill distribution. You're hoping for someone else to step up alongside Issa. Osama's had a good round in that one. Even on low HP, found so much success for his team. But you're looking more to sort of Mini and Kumau, the 2 players who are really impactful on map 1 and 2. Have to show their worth on Nuke. Second tag balls in this round, though, from Tricked. They are going for the force buy. Both these teams have loved these second round force buys. Two Mag 10s, 2 Tech 9s. This feels perfect for a round with a bit of speed. Nodios safely makes his way down vent. Just a little bit charged from the Molotov. Quickly onto this B-bomb site. We have seen Kumau rotate down. And Kumau will spot out Nodios. I was worried there was a sort of a brief time in that Nodios could have actually snuck past. So Drake have to play this one out disadvantaged. Rest of the team able to safely make their way down secret. Still do only have Kumau on this lower site. As soon as contact's made from Croc, as soon as he gets this information, You feel like Kumau should get swarmed upon. Info's gained. Mini's rotated in. Kumau is dealt with, but he finds one more before falling. Bomb gets planted. He's disadvantaged here. Salazar close on the mini ramp. Nothing found from Valde. It means Salazar has to go. Threat of being swarmed from behind, and he is. Only able to find one kill. Bibu doubles up. Triple in total. As the second round force from Trick doesn't work out. On plan, we'll give a bit of extra money for Trick to work with, so we'll probably see some upgraded pistols on certain players. This will very quickly be JiJieHao sort of not leveling up the game, but bringing themselves close to doing so. This should be their 7th. They were 8-4 down, of course. The pistol and the success that came thanks to that. We'll be able to keep this game competitive. It was thrown here from Tricked, and again, making their way down towards Secret. Reasonably unknown. DTs have to be aware of it, and they do have Kumau towards the lower side just in case. Valde takes down Issa. Mini rotates outside with this AWP. Starts to find the success. Valde could catch him off though. Bullets not quite connecting. Will eventually find Mini. You've got a tagged up Osama's deep towards outside. Bibu missing his chance. Osama's even on low HP still finds Molesball. We saw this on the pistol round. Also again, danger averted. Felt like Trick had an opportunity there, but Osama's again with so much impact on low HP. Final pause for Tricked hit. A first full investment of the second half. Need to make use of this pause. Not going to have any other opportunities to do so. Times tick down and into round number 16. No AWP on Salazar, unfortunately. I'm actually surprised by that because he saved some extra money on the second round of this game. But seemingly hasn't opted to bring out an AWP. Fast down the lower site are the T's, not going through Secret, and quickly going to be getting this bomb down. This is going to be awkward for JiJieHao because there's only 2 players on the lower site, so they know there's 3 players elsewhere. Molly on the back of the bomb site. We're going to have 2 players eventually lurk out ramp. It's been a really good call. I've loved this round from Tricked. And JiJieHao will just have to save. Sort of felt like we saw no real chance for JiJieHao in this round whatsoever. Trick to lose quite a few bodies at the end, but they're not really going to care as they got the round victory. Weapons can be juggled across. They will keep the lead. But I think it's a smart call. Look, you send 2 players down vents. JiJieHao don't want to fully rotate to sort of start the bomb site retake, because they know that they could get backstabbed by the 3 other players at any moment. So they send Mini down while the rest of the team just sort of holds and waits. But they wait for a push that never comes. Very well done by the T's there. Leaks found by Issa. Player top main needs to win this gunfight, and Croc will do so. The push from A now starts and ends as soon as Bibu's found. Umau and Mini are going to have a bit of a look at this one. Salazar exposed, but still comes out on top. Mini misses the AWP shot under pressure, won't miss a second, and the hunt starts from the T side. Well, it did start. They showed a bit more discipline as frantically those 3 players looked to dart towards Mini's position, but will just cancel. Will just opt to keep their own finances high as they don't have a huge amount of cash in the reserve. As Tricked back-to-back rounds now on this T side. First team to hit double digits.
Terrorists win.
CT side will cobble together a buy. When it's their turn to use the final tactical pause. It's make or break territory now for JiJieHao. They lose this round. We're looking at 11-7. It's not going to be a perfect full buy in the next, so they might even need to take an eco, maybe a half buy. And that's where you're looking at map point for Tricked. Maybe even if we see this round 1 by the T's, JiJieHao might just force till the end. Scary position to be in. But most of that fear factor will be alleviated if we see them win this round. Leaks very quickly down towards Secret, so quick in fact. Takes down Kumau, great find from Leaks. Look at all the room this opens up on the map. B-bomb site instantly under the control, and Valde does have the bomb on his back. Can get this planted. It's just going to be a bit more disciplined. We'll clear out positions on this site, and JiJieHao could be setting up for a save. Digits finally getting punched in. And yeah, the CTs, they're not going to be interested in this. Spoke about the dangers of what happens if JiJieHao lose this round. They will lose the round, but keeping these weapons alive will allow them to bring out another investment again. Nobody else will find Bebo. You've got Mini towards CT spawn. The other 2 CTs more towards T spawn. Not a huge amount of a hunt going on for the T's. They'll respect the save. But obviously that does mean we see an investment again from the CT side. Mini can drop over an M4. Maybe a FAMAS can be dropped to B-boot. Tricked us slowly but surely bringing themselves towards the all-important 13. It's a fast day, a big pace change here in this round. Issa completely blinded towards top hut. Will find the first. Ibu finds the second, and it is domination on the A site. Only 1 kill found from Nodios, and that's on the rotating Kumau. Tricked will not find their 12th here. Unless Nodios can win an impossible 1v5. Just hoping that someone gives him a gunfight. But he's going to be backing away. Holding for any sort of flank that we can see isn't going to come. There's no need for JiJieHao to look for this. Should still be able to see a buy in the next for Tricked regardless. Nexus has found this space towards outside, but I'm still surprised he's even really looking at this round. So 1v4, the equipment and the weaponry he has is worth more than the loss bonus. Beacon to main, and we'll get found by Osama's. JiJieHao do completely shut down the fast A from Tricked. They've gone elsewhere, haven't really looked towards A much this half. Finally do so, but JiJieHao are ready for it. Maybe hoping that they conditioned their opponents into thinking. They might leave A open, they might look to go down secret again, but... No, it's well written, it's well read. Mini does get the opening kill here on Croc. Salazar is posted on the AWP, calling for anyone to peek into garage, but we can see on the minimap that just doesn't look like it's going to happen. JiJieHao proving they've still got fight left in them. And Valde has to make this call now while disadvantaged. Where do the T's look to go? What portion of this map can be exploited? Do have leaks down on the lower side. Could try to find a kill back, but there's a risk in that. Does lose that gunfight, of course. We're going to have a 5 versus 3, and there's next to no chance. Lobby aggression now from the CTs. It's clearing out this space. Player and ramp as well, advancing. Ibu will come out on top. And Tricks, they don't know it yet. The position of the CTs is so good. Someone will be cleared here, in fact. Will be found. You've still got Issa here as well. Valde was ready for it somehow, but does eventually get taken down himself. Bomb plant trying to come through. The swings now from the CTs. Won't be able to deny the plant, but they do find both the kills. I don't believe the bomb plant's going to be enough to give Tricked any sort of investment in the next. You have a couple of players like Salazar who have good money, Croc as well. Just the rest of the team, not really, at least in my opinion, enough to justify any sort of full buy here. So this is where JiJieHao can find double digits themselves. It felt like Tricked was starting to sort of extend their lead, run away a little bit from their opponents, but JiJieHao are bridging the gap. And are going to keep Nuke very interesting. Overtime still very much a possibility between these two teams. Into ramp the pistols go. We do have Kumau playing deeper here. Has been forced off of the angle. Missed shot from Mini keeps the T's alive, and the lower sight has been taken, but only partially. Bomb taking a little while to rotate down, allows these T's to rotate in. What a double from Croc. The only real weapon, the only player with armor. All of this round really relies on him. The bomb can't easily be denied. But this is still a worrying round. Or JiJieHao hit. Bomb yet to be picked up. Need one of the pistols to go and get this. Noise has been made. Odios will go down. Bomb's being picked up and will be attempted to be planted again. Croc holding this double door angle. Spots out one. Will find. We see a kill from Leaks as well. He's on the deagle against Osama's. Surely not with this buy. Molotov thrown. Peeking into the flames. Leaks. He's had some monster moments on Nuke. And I said that 1v2, that 180 adjustment to find the second was going to be the one that turns the tides. That one could be. That should have been the easy 10th round for JiJieHao, but somehow Leaks does it with the pistol and Croc with that AK-47, the only real weapon purchase, gone for the hero AK and made perfect use of it. One round away now, a tricked. I mean, he gets the opening kill, but Nodios, rather than slipping into the safety of Secret, waits for the repeat, does find the kill. All square here on round number 22. Valde clearing this space towards ramp, does have Salazar with him. A double plate from JiJieHao through Secret. They're starting to clear out towards outside. Leaks has been spotted. Damage has been dealt onto Kumao. And Osama's to find Leaks. Gives the man advantage to JiJieHao. We've still got Nodios and Garage. They might not expect a second player here. Issa back turn doesn't. 3 on 3, 35 seconds remaining. Osama's gives up a gunfight, but Valde loses out. But more importantly, that is the bomb being dropped. Salazar fluffs his lines, can't find one. Bibble on the bomb site likely isn't going to be expected or cleared. Salazar will find one. Still haven't spotted Bibbo. And will get taken down himself. A round that massively came down to that gunfight on Hell. If Valde wins that, he can push up towards Heaven, and himself and Salazar can clear out Bibbo on the site. The issue is with Valde going down, that's the bomb gone as well. And he's struggling to get up the ladder. I mean, what an important round this is, by the way, as well. All of these rounds towards the ends have been vital. The investment from Tricked has come through, but they will have very little money if they lose it. I want to say it would just be the 1.9k loss bonus. Even if you get a bomb plant, and you're sort of sitting at 2.5k on top. I've seen the boost come through. Kumao, a couple of bullets come his way. But it's Leaks to find the early kill. They knew where Kumao was. He's repositioned. Holding this angle towards single door. He finds a double. Rotations come through, but Salazar will take down. Kumao needs to fall here for the tease and will do so, but Osama can get a quick trade by rotating in. Bomb planted and a 1v2 from Salazar. Reposition now towards dark. There are defuse kits for the CT, so there's no need to rush this one. No one clearing out towards dark at all. Salazar finds the first. Smoke drop towards the bomb. Osama's elevates himself up. The smoke is good enough. Salazar shows too much of himself and will get taken down. And this is the issue. This is what I was saying. It's a 1.9k loss bonus. Tricked have nothing. Salazar, a great chance to win the game, win the series, advance the playoffs. The smoke thrown from Osama's. You see Salazar starts to panic. Feels like he has to show. But in doing so, gives that kill up. 3 kills from Osama's in that round. And a quick playthrough ramp from the T's. It's going to be a rush. Kumau instantly dropping down. Kumau is under pressure though. The T's aren't slowing. Finds nothing. Leaks again with the opening kill. Odios tries to frantically do something through this smoke and will find one. He's backed away and Issa can't get the trade. 2-man advantage. This was a really sketchy buy from Tricked. Surely they can't make it work. Croc finds one. It's all on Issa and Osama's. The 2 top performing players for JiJieHao. Issa goes down. Osama's 1v5 Tricked. They've done enough here on Nuke. Just about. They've given themselves a lifeline in this final round. Leaks with a couple of kills. Look, Leaks isn't going to be the MVP for this game. He's not. Individually, he just has not been there in terms of pure firepower. He had 12 kills on map 1 and 2 combined, but what a few rounds he had here on Nuke. Real difference maker here. Not only did we see that monster round where he got the 180 kill, the one where he did it with a deagle, even just those final 2 rounds, the opening kills that Leaks was able to provide were absolutely everything to Tricked here, but they've just done enough. 13-11. I don't think I could have sort of hoped for a better game here between these 2 teams. Map number 1, dominant from JiJieHao. Similar thing for Tricked on Inferno, but Nuke was a real battle. Neither team felt like they really had much wiggle room in it at all, but Tricked, they just about had enough in the tank. Some really close rounds at the end. It is exactly what we wanted to see from both these teams, but more importantly, the Swiss stage has been completed. We have our playoff teams. You can see them on the left. BetClick Apogee, Partisan, BC Game, Cybershock, Spirit Academy, 9, HOTU, and Tricked are all confirmed. Do I think this is exactly how I thought this Swiss stage was going to go? No, not by any means. I think we saw some really strange results in there. Some teams sort of really struggling, Nexus being one of them for me. Nexus did make their way into the 2-2 record, but I think the name value that they have on the team, the firepower, the form that they were coming onto this event with, I'm sort of shocked to see them eliminated here. I think it's a real surprise. And look, somehow going out in this fashion is always going to be difficult for teams to suffer, but I think JiJieHao put on a decent display. Their form just sadly was a bit iffy coming into this event in general. They're sort of sitting at like 35% win rate. So they're always on a bit of rough form. But it's going to be tough looking back, seeing they lost against Arcred in a 2-1 fashion. They took down Nexus. The Spirit Academy game that JiJieHao lost, it was so close. It was as close as it really can get. Took down Medsport as well, and look, all of their games went 3 maps. It shows that they are able to keep them competitive. They're just sort of missing that sort of final piece to the puzzle, it feels like. And I think a lot of that relies on Mini. If he isn't playing at his best, somehow JiJieHao can feel like they maybe fall a little short, and that's where maybe you're hoping that someone, sort of one of the young guns like Kumau, is going to be able to step up. But it's been a brilliant Swiss stage. It's been exactly what we wanted to see. And playoffs is now on the horizon. We have our teams confirmed for it. We've got our playoff invites waiting, hopefully watching some of the opponents and seeing who they're going to be coming up against. Because I think this is going to be a really exciting playoff bracket. And I'm trying to look at these sort of teams and think, who am I pitching as a favourite? And I don't necessarily know if I do have a favourite coming into this. I'm sure... I mean, you've got teams like BetBoom. I've been a big fan of them. TNL even. I'm a big believer in this TNL project, and I think really the sort of they can go all the way to the moon, really. But that is playoffs concluded here at the Proving Grounds Season 3. Playoffs going to be starting at tomorrow. You're going to have to wait a little bit later to find out what those matchups are going to be, but I'm sure they'll go live tonight. So if you sort of stay tuned, stay on the social media, you might be able to catch what Proving Grounds and Exalt do have for this playoffs bracket. But I'm honestly excited to see what the playoffs is going to look like myself. But that being said, the Swiss stage is concluded. We are going to be going live with the first playoff game tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. CST.